Good evening. This is the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. I'm calling this meeting to order at 5:31. May I please have a roll call?
Mrs. Hassler?
Here.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski? Mrs. Troutman?
Here.
Mr. Collins?
Here.
Mrs. Stufen?
Present.
And Mrs. Caforio?
We have 5 board members present, 2 absent. May I please have a motion to move into closed session?
Yes. Sorry.
You got it right on the agenda.
Yeah, I move we go into closed session
That's okay.
for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. And also for a discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.065 ILCS 120/2C21.
I'll second.
Mrs. Schmidt, please call the vote.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Motion passed. 5 yes, 2 absent. We'll move into closed session.
Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. This is our regular Board of Education meeting and reorganization. The board has been in closed session since 5:30 for the items listed on the agenda. We have all 7 board members present, and at this time, I would ask that we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Aw, so cute. That's so cute. All right, so tonight we're going to start with the best part of the meeting, which is our spotlights and recognitions. And the first one is Bryan Middle School Spotlight, and we have Principal DeCipio here. I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name's Jackie DeCipio, and I've been the principal at Bryan for 8 years. And I am very grateful for the opportunity tonight to elevate 2 leaders at Bryan Middle School, Mr. Jeremy Thomas and Mrs. Michelle Wolski. These 2 PE teachers have developed a program to help our students dream more, learn more, and do more at Bryan Middle School through a leadership development program. This program takes place once a week during our flexible learning lab for selected members of our 7th and 8th grade classes. Students are able to reflect on their own leadership and collaborate with their peers in order to empower our students to lead. Our students have also had the opportunity to hear from some district leaders, such as Dr. Bagdasarian, Mr. McGuire, and Dr. Campbell will be back again to speak to our students this spring. I have a quick video that Mr. Garrett Garcia put together for us, which highlights this positive student experience.
We already see a lot of our kids doing great things here at school and being good leaders. We also see students who are sometimes afraid to show those leadership skills that they have because it's looked as not being cool or the cool thing to do. So last year, Mrs. McDonald and myself created 5 lessons to help foster and grow students' leadership skills that they already displayed. We make it special for them. So we invite them down to the office. We have our meetings for the 8th graders. We have our meetings in the conference room. They feel like it's in like it's a big setting. It's important. The students are doing a great job. We just are trying to find a way to push them a little bit further.
One activity that we did in leadership group was we made a table and we were simulating it as if we owned a business, and we wrote down the names of people we would want at our table, and it helps me in my daily life because it reminds me to surround myself with the people that make me a better person and push me to be the best version of myself.
I hope to become a leader in which people feel comfortable around and with. I also hope to be a leader who people look up to, and I hope to be able to speak for others who might not have a voice of their own.
I enjoyed when I met the principal from York and he talked to us about the experiences he had in his life, and he talked about how he became a better leader and a better person over his life.
I really learned how to become a good leader in the school and help people inside and out of school.
During this course, students also realize that there are many different types of leadership styles amongst their peers, and they see that through different activities and see the different styles of leadership can come together using their own characteristics to complete tasks. It's been an honor to work with the 7th grade group this year to help them understand what leadership means and how to use their styles of leadership in the classroom and in their life to better themselves and the students around them.
I have one more. Can you click one more? Oop, perfect. As you can see, the installation of this program has positively impacted the culture at Bryan Middle School, as we've had over 100 students participate. Through the leadership of Mr. Thomas and Mrs. Wolski, they've created a ripple effect here at Bryan. When these students set a good example, when they're kind, helpful, and make good decisions, it grows the good at Bryan. It's our hope that these students continue to foster these leadership skills on a high school team, in the hallway, in their classroom, on the stage, so that they're ready to lead no matter where their journey of excellence takes them. Thank you for your time.
thank you so much for your leadership and your development of your teachers to be leaders, so then the students also become leaders. So thank you for that. Yep. All right, next is Lincoln Elementary School. I don't see her. There she is.
When they heard we could come here, they all wanted to come, so they were just going to be representation. All right, you guys are good. Right there. Perfect. Hi. Yeah. You guys can turn around and show the board. Okay. All right. All right, well, this big crew is here from Lincoln. I'm Calissa Smith. I'm the principal here at Lincoln, honored for the role and to learn alongside all of these peeps every day. I also have one of our second grade teachers here with us, Ms. McDonough.
Hi, I'm the second grade teacher over at Lincoln, and this is a project that we began about 7 years ago in the classroom. And I don't know, you want to show that first? So we're going to show you a little bit of what our program does.
Before we get started, obviously, we want to make sure that we are always aligned to our mission and vision here at Elmhurst. And so this project we wanted to highlight because we felt like it especially highlighted the focus on education by engaging and empowering our students and partnering with some friends from York to do so. Sorry, this is a very detailed slide, so I'm going to keep clicking away. Oh, now we go. There we go. So how did this all begin?
So this began about 7 years ago with Shahi, and we were talking at a fundraiser, talking about the incubator class, and I told them that we were doing inventions, and we turned it into a type of Shark Tank. So ever since then, he would send over high school students from the incubator class for about 45 minutes once a week, and these the incubator, thank you, we have 2 of our students from this year who would come and help the kids develop their slideshow, their pitches, and their inventions. And here are some pictures from it too. They identified the problem, what they wanted to solve, or made something easier. And then from there, they learned we had a group create a healthier dog treat. Can you raise your hand, the dog treats? We had another group, how to protect a trampoline year-round, especially in our town. We had a group that did improving volleyball skills without a coach at a young age. We had a group that became a better basketball shooter with their height and their size and their age. We had another pair that wanted to entertain their younger siblings so they didn't have to. We had somebody who wanted to create and how to decorate their house for cheaper, especially with lights. We had a group that wanted to create an appropriate phone for children. We also had a team that wanted to automatically detect concussions in sports instantly with a sensor. And we had another one that wanted to have how to get to know koalas better, really any other animals better, without having to go to Australia. So the incubator kids would come once a week, and we have 2 of them here, Ames and Elizabeth, and they help brainstorm solutions, and they became the sharks. And after 4 weeks, they came in and they sat there and they listened to all their pitches, their presentations, they saw their prototype, and they gave them immediate feedback and scored them through a rubric. And they learned how to make the product through introductions. Yeah, here are some of the logos, if you guys want to lift those up. Yes, and that's where the high school students really came in and helped at their level understand how to do these things. And I know they're coming back, the incubator students are coming back this week in our classroom to show us what they have done. And then we'll be the little sharks for them.
I had the opportunity to chat with some of the kids about the impact of this project, but I think it would be much more fun to hear from them. Does anyone want to come up and share what you loved about this project? Anyone feel confident? All right. Come on up. Come on. Come on, Eli. All right.
I think it helped us build stuff and help us get smarter too, and definitely helped us to work better as a team.
All right. Who else is feeling brave? Emmy, come on.
They helped us learn how to do all these fun things and how to make all these things, and they helped us search up things to solve our problems.
Look at all these brave speakers. I'm so proud of you. Here we go.
They helped us learn how to educate our brains, and they helped us design what we were gonna design in the future.
I love it. Thanks. So again, oh, come on, Al, come on. We have two more. They're so excited. Come on.
They helped us teach us in the future how would we do it, and what we would do if we wanted to create something in the future or when we're older. I was a little shy at first, but they made me feel more confident, and I wasn't shy once I got to meet them.
All right, my York students, anybody want to come up? Come on. What was the impact for you?
Okay, I'm Ames Puckett. I'm a junior at York, and for me it was just super cool to get to work with a different age group and just see their thought process through solving different problems. I think strengthening their problem-solving skills is super important, and I definitely saw them grow as teammates within their little businesses and everything throughout the 6-ish weeks we came. And I just thought it was super fun to get to work with them.
My name is Elizabeth Kraus, and I'm a senior at York this year, and it had an impact on me because this is a program that I would have loved to have myself as a second grader. The class at York, Business Incubator, has been super helpful in making future plans for myself. I'm now going to be majoring in marketing, when before I had no idea what I wanted to do. And so a class like this would have been really eye-opening to start at a young age, that there are things that you can do that have an impact on other people and you might not necessarily know about unless you have an older relative that does something similar. So that was the impact for me.
I want to say thank you to Ms. McDonough for continuing to create partnerships like this possible and make them possible for our students. Students, did you have fun with this? Yes. All right. Well, we're going to say thank you so much for having us here tonight. Thank you for welcoming all of these great ideas and meeting our incredible problem solvers. Here we go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, so our last spotlight and recognition is your community high school wrestler that took 4th place. And Mr. Kaczynski is going to honor him. Not sure if he's here. There he is, yes. Yeah, come on up, stand in the middle, and turn around.
Front and center. Sean Berger taking 4th place in the Wrestling Illinois High School Association Boys Individual State Finals at 132 pounds, and holding an overall record of 39 wins and 4 losses over his wrestling career at York High School. Congratulations. Well done. Absolutely. Sean has been a state qualifier in both the 2022 and 2023 wrestling seasons, and his accomplishments bring great pride and prestige not only to the school district but to yourself and to your family. I know how much work it takes to perform at this level at York and the folks that you wrestle against. So congratulations. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations again. All right, that is the end of our spotlights and recognition. And now we move into the next portion of the meeting, which is public comments. We have 30 minutes allocated for public comments, up to 3 minutes per public speaker, concerning items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens, or representatives of other public agencies. We ask that you be respectful and not mention the names of students or employees. The board secretary will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. And as a reminder, the board does not respond at this time. So we have the first speaker.
Mr. Chavez?
That's good. Hi, good evening. My name's Tom Chavez. Tonight I want to draw attention to the D205 instructional material selection and adoption process. Specifically, I want the district to explain to the community why it continues to propose books for core freshman English curriculum that are vulgar, misogynistic, sexually explicit, pornographic, far below grade level complexity. To be crystal clear, these books are not finding their way into core curriculum by accident or slipping through administrative cracks. This behavior is intentional, as these materials supposedly pass through many layers of oversight before landing in the hands of 13 or 14-year-old children. I'm going to read aloud quotes from the book American Street. I hope it makes everyone in the front room feel uncomfortable, ashamed, and embarrassed. If it doesn't, it should. I quote, "You got busted with a motherfucking white girl. Get the fuck out of my house. Is she moving weight for you or just have you around to suck your dick? How am I a hoe when I've been with one dude? Dre took my virginity, still the same nigga I fuck with. How many hoes?"
Excuse me.
End quote.
Mr. Chavez, could we just let the kids leave the room,
Okay.
please?
I thought they had left. Okay, my apologies. Okay.
Wait till they left and then we can continue.
Okay, are they gone?
Oh, they're walking out right now.
Give them 1 second to get out, and then we'll close the door and you can continue. I stopped the clock for you. Let's make sure the doors are closed. And you're back on.
Okay. The book has 339 swear words, 37 instances of drug and alcohol abuse, 55 sexual incidents, 32 incidents of violence, and is at 3rd grade reading level. Research conducted by an ABA advocacy group for at-risk kids suggests exposing children to ideas and themes that are not appropriate for their age or stage of emotional development is potentially harmful to their health and well-being. Among the reasons, it shapes negative attitudes and promotes aggression towards women. The ABA also describes behavior predators use during grooming process, such as telling children sexually explicit jokes, showing them sexually explicit images, and discussing sexually explicit information under the guise of education. Calling out this book as inappropriate will no doubt incite hysteria from the Elmhurst progressives, who will put out the book banning card as per usual. But to have responsible adults filtering the materials our children consume through the lens of age appropriateness is not book banning, it's responsible education. What's most troubling is the York English Department promoted this book, and FOIA communications show that many English teachers at York said they were excited to teach with it. According to ISB, since 2018, enrollment in D205 has dropped 5%.
30 seconds.
Demographically, white student enrollment in the district has dropped a stunning 9%. This tells me that parents concerned about the quality of their children's education, who have the financial means to pay for private school or homeschool, are moving their children out of Elmhurst public schools. The teachers union, this administration, newly elected school board have big challenge. Improve academics, foster a truly inclusive culture, which means that ideas and opinions that differ from yours are listened to, respected, and taken seriously. Demonstrate by your deeds, not your words, that you are living up to promises made to the community. Deliver tangible, positive results that prepare our children to thrive and succeed in the
3
world of
minutes.
reality.
Thank
Good luck.
you very much. Next speaker, Rocco Belize. Belize.
Thank you. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the inclusion of American Street into the York Language Arts program. The book is an award-winning account of a teenage girl leaving behind her home in Haiti to pursue a better life in America. The book was presented to the board in March for consideration because it would increase the rigor of our freshman English course. Just like other coming-of-age stories, like To Kill a Mockingbird, Catcher in the Rye, and more recently The Kite Runner, American Street tackles issues that make people uncomfortable. I'm sure you will hear from others here tonight that the book is trash because there are parts with sexual references and vulgar language. I've even heard the argument that if the book were made into a movie, it would have an R rating, and therefore 14-year-olds should not be allowed to read it. Well, I haven't been to a movie in a while, but the last time I saw an R-rated film, it wasn't followed by a syllabus and a discussion with an expert on the symbolism and the theme of the movie. Let's put that aside and let's talk about context. I've seen many opponents of books come to these meetings and read selections from books they find problematic, focusing on the bad words and sex scenes. That's a little like me showing you a picture of Botticelli's Birth of Venus and just focusing on her breasts. If we want our children to be citizens of the world and be critical thinkers, we need to expose them with guidance from teachers and educators to different voices and stories through literature like American Street. So taking a page from those who would like to limit what our children read by picking and choosing the bad parts of books, I'd like to read a part of American Street that shows why it belongs in the freshman curricula. I look around and then stretch out my arms on each side of me. I pray that Maman will get to taste this cold, free air before she rests her eyes tonight, wherever they are keeping her. And then tomorrow she will come to the side of the glass where there's good work, and that will make her hold up her head with dignity, where she will be proud to send me to school for free, where we will build a good, brand new life, une belle vie, as she always promises, hoping that here she would be free to take her sister's hand and touch the moon. Thank you.
Next speaker, Lisa Sullivan.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Sullivan. I have a 7th grader at Sandburg and a 5th grader at Hawthorne, and I guess I'm one of the hysterical progressives that's going to talk to you about book banning today. Removing a book from curriculum or preventing a book that has been chosen by educators from becoming part of the curriculum is, in fact, book banning. Book banning is defined as any action taken against a book based on its content as a result of parent or community challenges that leads to a previously accessible book being either completely removed from availability to students or where access to a book is restricted or diminished. Removing it from curriculum is book banning. And polls show that Americans overwhelmingly reject the idea of banning books, including here in Elmhurst. The opposition to book banning spans the political spectrum from liberal all the way to the right wing. Yet, the organization PEN America has done a study and seen that there's an organized effort by a very vocal minority to push for book bans. These groups share the lists of books to challenge, and the groups encourage the same tactics, and one of them is swarming school board meetings with their complaints and pulling passages out of context to read only the bad words. From July 2021 through June 2022, PEN America said that there were 1,648 unique titles that were challenged and ultimately banned. That is 1,648 books banned in 1 year. And a large percentage of those challenged books feature protagonists of color or religious minorities or feature LGBTQ characters or storylines. 96% of those book bans were enacted without following best practice guidelines for book challenges, which are created by the American Library Association and the National Coalition Against Censorship. The best practice guidelines include, first, keeping a challenged book in the curriculum while it's being evaluated. This prevents books from effectively being banned during the evaluation period. Another best practice guideline is to not take individual passages out of their context, but evaluating the book as a whole.
30
Best
seconds.
practices require that all members of a committee evaluating a book should read the entire book before deciding whether it belongs in curriculum. And the best practices include that the review committee considering a book ban should have at least one librarian, several teachers, at least one school or district administrator, and trained high school students. In addition, the NCAC has a form that they have for people to challenge a book to explain why they challenge it and whether they've read the book.
3 minutes,
I'm talking
thank
today
you.
to urge you to adopt those practices. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Larson.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie, and I'm a parent in the district with a daughter at Bryan and a son at Jefferson. I'm here tonight to thank our district for providing a wide range of materials curated to deliver a well-rounded learning plan for our students. In an era of restricting ideas and a time when book bans continue to be on the rise from a small but vocal minority, I speak on behalf of the First Amendment rights of our students and their ability to assess materials and texts that offer diverse viewpoints and provide them with exposure to alternative ways of life and thinking that they may not experience in their day-to-day lives. Books like American Street, Born a Crime, and The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. It is through this exposure, both reading and guided discussion, that our children learn to build empathy for others and develop a curiosity to explore the world around us versus remaining in the Elmhurst bubble. We have talented and competent professionals using their expertise to the best of their ability to identify these types of materials and hope that their expertise will be recognized and respected versus acting on the reactions of those working to further a political agenda. I am excited that my daughter, an incoming freshman at York next year, will have the chance to participate in this type of learning and discussion with a few of the books I mentioned earlier. Thank you for your time.
Chris, Larica? I'm sorry. Oh. L-A-R-E-K, Larica, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lamika. I'd like to present you with the following scenario. Say it's your daughter's 14th birthday, and a group of her friends are gathered around, and you present her with a copy of the book, American Street. Would you feel comfortable reading the following passages to her and her friends? How am I a hoe when I've only been with one dude my whole life? Dre took my virginity, and he's the same nigga that I fucked with for 5 years. How many hoes can say that? You know, that's the shit I don't like about bitches. You got me busted while you were with a motherfucking white girl. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of my house. Is she moving weight for you, or you just have her around to suck your dick every once in a while? No dick. Good, stay that way, Chantal says. Pre-kisses her teeth. Fab mother and dick are two words that should not be in the same conversation. And ain't nobody want to be with your corny ass, Chant. If you could fuck a book, you would. You know what? I would fuck a book before I fuck some dude who doesn't respect me. Or maybe you'd rather read some passages from the book currently required at York in the freshman English department, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. Now, doesn't that give you a boner? I am rock hard, said Gordy, blushed. Well, I don't mean boner in the sexual sense, Gordy said. I don't think you should run through life with a real erect penis, but should approach each book with the same real possibility that you might get a metaphorical boner at any point. That's because you're a tree fag, Rowdy said. I'm not a tree fag, I said. Then how come you like to stick your dick inside knotholes? I stick my dick in the girl trees, I said. Your reaction tells me that you would not give either of these books to your daughters. How come one of these books is being considered as required reading for a 14-year-old freshman and the other is already required freshman reading? Federal law strictly prohibits the distribution of obscene material to minors. Any transfer or attempt to transfer such material to a minor under the age of 16, including over the internet, is punishable under federal law.
30 seconds.
It would appear that members of this board, the superintendents, the director of secondary ed, the AP of instruction at York, the English department chair, and some teachers might be guilty of disseminating obscene and possibly pornographic material to our children. I suggest the board seek legal counsel in order to shield the school district from possible legal action, or at a minimum, save the York community from a whole lot of negative public attention.
Next speaker, Dave Zerkowski.
Hey, hi, everybody. Nice work on the name. It was good.
Sorry.
My wife and I have been here 20 years, and we have 4 kids from 3 different countries, and 2 are special needs kids that have gone through the program here in D205. 2 of them are non-white. They are Native American, Hispanic, and Black, mix of all 3. So I'm rooting for every kid on earth and every kid in D205. I have 5 teachers in my immediate universe, including my mom, sister, and in-laws. But I'm questioning the book. I'm not trying to ban it. Anybody could be able to read it. But under the logic that was given to permit it, why don't we just show second graders deliverance? I mean, what's off limits? So I'm not asking anybody to ban it, but I am asking for some thought process on how these books get to be candidates. Is there person or persons responsible? And then it would be easy just to blast them and say, well, geez, that was a bad selection. That guy's, whoever it is, rip him a new one, but not necessary. Is there a framework? In business or in other organizations, you might use a RACI framework, which means responsible, accountable, consented, and informed. Is there a process for that so that nobody is left holding the bag and being blamed for something that potentially should go through a process that everyone can agree on? And we are hoping that, or I am hoping that there is such a thing so that adults who have kids who are grown can opine on these type of, the subject matter that gets through their kids. What the gentleman just read here was, would you read this to your kids? And I was thinking about, what would my kids reading this to my 93-year-old mother-in-law? She'd start crying. I'm sure she would. She'd like, this is offensive. It's horrible. That's not what somebody who lived through World War II thinks about, would think education is where it's going in today's world. So my feeling is that someone else brought up the fact I want my kid to be exposed. I want him out of the Elmhurst bubble. I'm not in the Elmhurst bubble. I've got dark kids, I got white kids, I got special needs kids, I got people from other countries. I am in no bubble. If you feel like you are in a bubble, it's your responsibility to get yourself out of it. But the kids don't need to be exposed to things before the time is necessary. I don't think doing this is getting them out of any kind of bubble. So I appreciate your time, and I hope that there is a process
30 seconds.
that allows us to weed things out that are appropriate, inappropriate. And when we find something like this, in my eyes, when I hear some of these passages, if these are not inappropriate, then what would be? Thank you.
Next speaker, Jessica Plilsky, sorry. I'm butchering them tonight, man. Plilsky? Oh, third time's a charm.
Hello, I am Jessica Plilsky. I am the mother of 2 kids in Elmhurst, one of which will be a freshman next year, which kind of puts her front and center in this whole debate about whether or not to read American Street. I will say, since it's offensive, and we're saying offensive things, my daughter has read what is the part-time Indian book? I gave it to her. I do try and foster an environment in my home where we do read banned books. But most importantly, I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I had a lot to write, or a lot I wanted to read, but there are a lot of people who want to speak, and I think they can probably speak to it better than I can. My daughter is, like I said, going to be a freshman next year, so I can't let her down and not take the opportunity to speak about this. American Street was said to, by this very group, increase the rigor of our freshman English course and provide and promote a more robust text set for our students. For this reason alone, American Street should be approved. An overwhelming election, one on this and other issues, cements our community's thoughts on the issue. I look forward to hearing that my daughter will be able to read this text next year. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, and I'm just going to thank her for the simplicity of her name, Elizabeth Collins. I don't know where she is, but.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Collins. I have a 3rd grader at Edison Field. First, congratulations to the new joiners of the board and to those who are staying. Thank you for your volunteer service for this community. On March 21st, the book American Street was an instructional material identified and proposed for approval at the next board meeting, which is now today, April 24th. I plan to be here today to ask the board to approve it. Having read American Street myself, I think it's a great book for D205's student journey of excellence. Based on its contents, this book will help students think critically and analytically, affirm diverse perspectives, foster global citizenship, and demonstrate empathy and practice self-reflection. On March 21, we heard from you that American Street was identified, among other materials, based on data and research in order to elevate instruction and promote student outcomes. For my part, I trust the professional expertise and vetting process that led to the identification of American Street. But more than that, Kirkus book reviews and School Library Journal offer reliable age recommendations for books and are highly regarded for their unbiased critical reviews. Kirkus recommends American Street for ages 14 to adult. School Library Journal recommends American Street for grades 9 and up. If some people are calling American Street obscene, it is important for us to define that word. To be obscene, the book as a whole would have to be patently offensive, appeal to the prurient interest, it certainly does not, and most critically, lack serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Rest assured that this book as a whole is so far from offensive or appealing to prurient interests. American Street is the story of a Haitian immigrant girl, and according to Kirkus Reviews, the pages are filled with magic, humanity, tragedy, and hope. Kirkus goes on, it's an unforgettable story. This book will take root in readers' hearts. In summary, please approve American Street. Thank you.
Next speaker, Marcia Baker.
Hello, my name is Marcia Baker. I live in Elmhurst. My children graduated from York School many years ago, and I'm here speaking tonight because this issue of book banning is very close to my heart. We know that American Street was selected to be as one of the books to be voted on, but during the month that the book was available for review, American Street was challenged by a group of parents as inappropriate. From the comments tonight, I have my doubts that they actually read the book. I think that they went through and just picked out the chapters and the passages that were kind of offensive if you read them out loud out of context, but that's on them, not on me. I read the book, and I was very happy to read the book. I agree with the American Book Foundation, which described the book as loving, lyrical, poignant, epic, and about immigrating to the United States. It is a multi-layered story full of young people struggling to make difficult choices and acknowledging the price paid for those choices. I am thankful that I was given the impetus by the challenge to actually read the book, which I was able to download. In my opinion, the challenge to American Street on the basis of obscenity is really a smokescreen for censoring any ideas that do not conform to some parents' point of views or their worldview or their organization's worldview. High school students should exactly be the ones engaging in discussion about immigration, relationships, violence against women, world religions, drug culture, and family loyalty. It was a wonderful book. We are all aware that censoring books for children and young adults is a growing trend in this country. I ask you to not let it take hold in our community. Bravo to the English department teachers for selecting the work. Thank you.
Next speaker, John Baker.
My name's John Baker, 40-year resident of Elmhurst, and it seems to me some guy ought to stand up here and speak against book banning, so I guess I'm going to do it. The Supreme Court, a long time ago, set out what the standards for obscenity are. Okay? They set the law. It requires an average, reasonable person making a decision based on a number of things, including community standards. Probably the only thing harder than trying to find a reasonable person is trying to decide what community standards are. This community actually gave you an opportunity to do that. A year or so ago, some folks came before you and wanted you to get rid of a book in the history department at York High School, which they found objectionable. Some of them felt that they represented the community and the community standards, and so they decided to run for school board. Good for them. They're not sitting here today, you guys are. This community overwhelmingly decided that they didn't like their point of view and selected other folks to be here. I think you can use that as a touchstone for what this community thinks. I think looking around the room and seeing 4 new faces here is an example of what this community said. Moreover, I think you should really decide the sincerity of those who object when someone is willing to come before you, say the nasty words without first scanning the audience to see if the children he wants to protect are actually present. Think about those things. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rebecca Jamson. Let it go, right?
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Jamson, and I am a nearly 11-year resident and parent of 3 within the Fisher-Churchville community. My oldest is a thriving sophomore at York. My middle is a first grader at Fisher, and my youngest will be in kindergarten at Fisher the 24-25 school year. Having put my career aside within the past year has allowed me to become an informed and more recently active member of the District 205 family, especially given the recent Board of Education election. Congratulations, by the way. However, I am here this evening to discuss what I will likely become an advocate for, something that I learned has not changed in over a decade for my Fisher-Churchville community. With due respect, passion, and kindness, I am here this evening to discuss the gap that exists in academic achievement in comparison to District 205's other elementary and middle schools. I am aware of the district-wide strategic plan. I am aware that the implementation and success of a new dual language program takes time. I am aware that we are healing from the wounds of a pandemic. I am aware and most proud that I belong to the Fisher-Churchville community, one which happens to be the most diverse, racially and economically, and unlike any other in this district. I am here to ask for more, to ask for a call to action, close the gap, invest more in our students, reevaluate the allocation of resources, affirm the adoption and/or expansion of diverse, inclusive programs and literature.
30 seconds.
Provide them an equal opportunity to thrive. Think out of the box. Utilize your agency to do whatever is required. Please prove to my community that we are valuable to you and to your service.
3 minutes, thank you.
The time to act is now. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to our entire 205 family.
Next speaker, Sandra Pond.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Pond. I've been an Elmhurst resident for the past 15 years. My daughter Lauren is a 5th grader at Emerson, and my daughter Madison is a sophomore at York. She's also been through Emerson and Churchville. Over the past 25 years, I've spoken in front of a lot of audiences and mostly teaching communication and leadership skills. But tonight I consider my 3 minutes one of the most critical, conversations that I've had in front of a group, because the focus is about the safety of my children and the safety of all the children in D205. And please know that I'm aware that every single person in this room is always concerned about our children's safety. What I'm requesting is that District 205 provide some of our older schools in the district, such as Emerson, Churchville, and York, with immediate and practical solutions to ensure the safety of our students and faculty. And I'd like to share some personal experiences that led me to be here this evening. While attending the Emerson's principal meeting for parents in early fall 2022, I asked the principal, about the strategy in case there was an active shooter or lockdown situation in light of the recent Uvalde incident at that time. And she stated, "The district is working on a plan, and I hope to learn more about it soon." And the Uvalde tragedy at that point had happened just 5 months ago, which was quite a bit of time. Myself and other parents provided practical solutions to use in the classrooms, but to date, none of those have been implemented. While dropping off my sophomore at York High School through the back of the building in March, we ended up coming in really early. She wanted to be there at 7 a.m., and I said, "Well, how do you get in through the back?" And she said, "Well, someone opens the door." And true, someone came, opened the door, and walked away, and I sat there and watched as my daughter walked in. The door was unattended, and she walked in without showing any ID. And so I sat there for 15 more minutes, and I watched as children randomly walked in the door, not showing ID, and no faculty observing. While visiting Churchville for incoming 6th grade parent orientation last week on Thursday, as I was going through the tour, I asked a teacher how would they protect themselves in case of a lockdown or active shooter situation. And they said, "I really don't like to think about that. I have a lock on my door, but if we want any other kind of protection, we need to purchase it ourselves." While the research states that school shootings are rare, there have been 14 so far in 2023, just 4 short months, that have resulted in injuries and death, or both. I have employees with children in almost every state where the shootings have occurred, and following each incident, I'm required to reach out to find out if any of our families have been impacted, and prepared to send counselors. For me, this topic is front and center due to the scope of my responsibilities as a leader in my organization. And due to this exposure, every day when I say goodbye, I wonder if it's the last time that I'll see my precious children. Coupled with my ask regarding practical solutions, I would like to offer my time and connections in any way to serve this district regarding this matter. I'll send an email to the board with a document containing solutions, pricing, and I would be happy to share information about active shooter training for teachers and faculty,
3
which we've
minutes.
used in my
Thank you.
organization. Thank you.
Next speaker, Carolyn Carolla.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Carrillo. I have spoken to the board several times. I've been a member of the community for many years. I also happen to be a children's literacy advocate, and I have been for over 10 years. I wanted to comment on the recent back and forth regarding the curriculum that has been proposed. And my concern as an advocate for children's literacy is no one has discussed the lexile level of this book. Our children in the community are reading far below grade level, a good portion of them. For some of the grades, and especially at some of the schools, it's 50% and even higher as a percentage of the children within the school or at a grade are not reading at grade level. I think that the top criteria for whether or not a new book is introduced into the curriculum would be at minimum that the book is within grade level. That was not the case for American Street, and so therefore I'm really concerned about what sort of process is being considered, what sort of process is being used when our faculty, when our administration is looking to replace any sort of book within the curricula. I wanted to read a passage from a book called When Kids Can't Read. This book is from the early 2000s. It says, there are multiple ways to help students improve their comprehending abilities. Some of these ways are less explicit. Others are more explicit. Teachers must be prepared to switch to more direct, explicit models of instruction if that is what any particular student needs. Holding tight to only one methodology not only limits what a teacher can do, but limits who can be successful. Believing that one single method can make or not make the difference in any given student's chance of success
negates the importance of the teacher. In fact, though, the teacher's skills in assessing students' abilities, effectively responding to students' needs, and successfully analyzing and monitoring students' improvement makes the difference. This is from a research study done in part by Kathy Duffy at 1991. She is held as a well-regarded educator for many years.
30 seconds.
This means, in short, we can't fix the reading problem by buying a particular program. Instead, as teachers, we must learn how to teach students to comprehend texts. The less we depend on programs and the more we depend on our own knowledge informed by practice and research, the less likely we are to be controlled by politically driven mandates, expensive programs that appear and disappear from our classrooms without rhyme or reason, and federally funded or not funded programs.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Elizabeth Nell or Neal. I can't, sorry about that.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Neal. I live in Elmhurst, and I wanted to speak tonight to reiterate my support for Elmhurst's administrators and teachers. I feel that their professional background and training is very important. I'd like to see it respected. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Be follow-up as needed, and again, the board does not respond right now, but there'll be follow-up as needed. Okay, so moving on in our agenda, we have approval of board meeting minutes, approval of regular and committee of the whole board minutes for March 21st, 2023 and April 12th, 2023. Were there any changes to those? All right, hearing none, those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes for March 21st, 2023. Those stand as presented. Next is the consent agenda for this board, which is the second reading of policies, which have already gone through committee and first read. So are there any items anyone would like to pull? I was like, wow. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, hearing none, could I have a motion for the items in the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items. A, second read, Section 2, Board of Education Policy Review, 220, 240, 260, 280, 2100, 2105, 2140, 2160, 2170, 200, 2265. B, second read, Section 3, General School Administration Policy Review, 350. C, second read, Section 4, Operational Services Policy Review, 430, 440, 445, 4100, 4130. D, second read, Section 5, Personnel Policy Review, 505, 520, 535, 560, 5120. 5130, 5170, 5200, 5230, 5290, 5300, 5310. E, second read, Section 6, Instruction Policy Review, 6135, 6210, 640, 6280. F, second read, Section 7, Students Policy Review, 720, 7130, 7170, 7330. G, second read, Section 8, Community Relations Policy Review, 820, 825, 830, 880.
I'll second. Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, now we are going to begin our process of recognition and then bringing on the new board members. So as we're going to first start by recognizing our outgoing board members. So I have a couple things to read. I know that will surprise you. Do you want to go first? Do you want to go? I'll go first. Okay. All right. It's almost hard to remember what District 205 looked like just a few short years ago. And while there will always be ways for us to grow and improve, tonight is a great opportunity to pause and reflect on all that has been accomplished in just a few short years with members of this Board of Education. In the past few years, in spite of COVID and all of its challenges, we, together as a Board of Education, dedicated ourselves to focused and intentional improvement. Tonight, I'm going to take some time to highlight just a little bit of the work that we have completed together in the last few years. I believe it forces us to exercise gratitude for the work and service that our members have given, and also for us as a community to realize we have a great school system, and we should really not take that for granted. So in the last few years, we have developed healthy working relationships with both the city and the Park District in order to collaborate and complete stormwater projects, a turf field, and the transition center. We now have a 10-year facility maintenance plan in place that we are working on and monitoring. We ensured that all our facilities have safe and secure entrances. We are implementing the $168 million referendum projects that will improve learning and teaching spaces across the district, as well as provide space for all-day kindergarten and other programs, and that includes 2 brand-new elementary schools. We have supported and provided expanded resources for dual language, EL students, special education, and mental health for our students. We have ensured our students have access to high-quality summer programs and extracurriculars across all levels. York, in the last few years, has excelled again and again and again across all of those extracurriculars. We've cleaned up our processes as a board and worked to earn a governance award. We now have processes in place to regularly review and update policies. We have advocated for high quality and varied communications, which our communications department has risen to our expectations and beyond. We have advocated for we consistently use data to drive decision making. We are currently ensuring all curriculum is being reviewed to both elevate and align learning and teaching. We have supported expanded professional development for our staff. We have a strategic plan in place with measurable outcomes and a dashboard for our community to monitor our progress, hold us accountable, and keep our district on track for years to come. And most importantly, this board has secured one of the highest calibers of leaders who is bringing in more high-quality leaders to our district while also nurturing and developing the teachers, the staff, and the leaders we have here, because the culture of our district truly determines just how far we can go. Together, as a board of 7, we have moved this district forward and established practices that will hopefully serve it well for years to come. Karen and Chris, we are sad to see you go, but are so grateful for your commitment to the board and dedication to improvement. We're going to say a little bit about each one, so I'm going to start with Chris. Chris, I want to honor you and thank you for your 4 years of service. I didn't think I'd get emotional. To our community on the Board of Education, you have been an excellent board member. Upon taking your oath, you immediately committed yourself to driving improvements for kids, and you called me and said, well, I've read the policy manual cover to cover. What's next? COVID arrived quickly into your term, actually 8 or 9 months in, and it dominated your term on the board. Yet, in spite of your professional responsibilities that had increased and our COVID challenges that we faced each and every day, you helped us navigate those waters and also not lose sight of the work that needed to take place. You focused our work by asking 3 great questions almost every single time. Will this decision help keep kids healthy and safe? Will this help more kids learn better? And will this help us within the budget, keep us within the budget, and how will our actions minimize the impact to the taxpayer? These three questions are at the core work of the Board of Education and will continue on as the questions to consider when taking action long after you're off the board. Your kindness to others and the commitment to our students shows in all that you do. We are all grateful for the positive impact you have made on the Board of Education and our entire District 205 community. And I want to take a minute, I know some of your family is here in the audience, and I just want to say thank you to them. It is sacrificial for you who missed your dad and your husband nights when he was here doing the work to serve our community. So thank you for your sacrifice as well. I want to end my words by just saying thank you for having the courage and the dedication to serve, and you will truly be missed. So, thank you. All right. And I think Dr. Campbell maybe has something about Chris first. I'm over it, yeah. You're on the wrong paper.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Kaczynski, on behalf of the administration, we would like to say thank you. We honor you today for your service to our students and to our school community. We recognized and we reflected that your time on the board was during an unprecedented period, requiring you to lead through a pandemic and to do so in partnership with your colleagues with such grace and professionalism. Our administration has appreciated your conciseness, the power of your extremely thoughtful and insightful questions that you consistently posed that pushed our thinking and our work forward. As our cabinet was reflecting on your leadership just this morning, we agreed that those thoughtful and insightful questions were always top of mind for us. When preparing presentations or recommendations, we would oftentimes think, what would be the questions that Chris would ask? Inevitably resulting in changes or additions that would strengthen our work. Your financial expertise, your commitment to board governance, and your relentless focus on what is best for students will forever leave an impact on District 205. Our commitment today, collectively as a cabinet team, to you, Chris, is to ensure that we will continue and always moving forward with the charge of ensuring that more students learn better. You can clap. Think of those. That's appropriate. That's appropriate, Pastor. Karen. Oh, you did too. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I will just take 1 minute as we conclude here. And yeah, we can start the 3-minute timer. But thank you for the kind words and for the partnership for the last 4 years. It's been a journey, for sure. And through some good times and also some very uncertain and challenging times. I also wanted to acknowledge and recognize my wife, Kate, who's in the back corner there, with two of our 4 children. And we recognized early on that serving on the board is a family sacrifice. And that was especially true during this past 4 years, especially, you know, when some of the issues became quite heightened. It wasn't always easy to be the child of a school board member, and I was very proud of how our family handled that. I think that one of the things that was important to me was to lead by example, to teach young people that volunteerism and trying to help your community is a good thing. even when it's difficult, and most of the time it is. But it's still worth a worthy pursuit, and we're lucky to live in a community where we have a lot of people that are willing to do that. And I know my two boys are watching me, and I hope they remember these remarks when they grow up a little bit more. So we were very proud to contribute, also look forward to and believe in passing the baton. So congratulations to our new board members that will be assuming these responsibilities shortly. And I was going to reiterate my 3-point strategic plan, but I think that's already been done. One more time? Yeah. So I would encourage you to focus on helping more kids learn better, spending money prudently, and keeping our students and staff safe, and wish you the best of luck achieving those important objectives. Thank you.
So I'm going to say a couple things, and then Mr. Collins is going to say a few things. So I can't even believe, Karen, that we worked together 6 years. When I really thought about that, I was like, it seems like just a couple. And what I learned quickly about you when we first met and began working together was that you are committed to the work and committed to listening, and most of all, committed to students. And in everything that you did, it was, but what about the students? And besides, you would think about the fiscal responsibility and the technology and all those good things as well, but ultimately, it was always asking about the students. And I think that there's a lot of students that are getting a great education because of your asking what about the students for 12 years. So I want to really recognize that as a part of your hard work and commitment. You have shown up and shown up and shown up for 12 years, which is a huge commitment. So then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Collins to say a few words about you.
I'm going to have to read this, otherwise I'm going to be well above the 3-minute rule. So, Karen, you've spent 12 years of your life dedicated to improving the education and experience of our students, all unpaid. At least 4 of those years, and maybe 6 of those years, I don't know if we have any records, but Karen was the board secretary, which, by the way, is a thankless, tedious job, but a job that is essential and needs to be done. I lasted only 1 year in that position. Karen has made a big commitment to our community, and also Karen's leadership didn't just stop at our doorstep. She represented our school district, as well as every other school district in DuPage County on the DuPage division of the Illinois School Board Association. Words that describe Karen: thoughtful, dedicated, a leader, and most important to me, a good friend. Karen and I have had a conversation before almost every school board meeting over the past 12 years. She's challenged me, helped me refine my thoughts, given me perspectives that I wouldn't have arrived at on my own. She's very thoughtful, very smart, and she inspires me to hold my ground. I'm grateful to her. I think our community owes Karen a debt of gratitude. Karen, thank you for all you've done over the past 12 years, for our taxpayers, and for our students. I gotta say, I'm gonna miss you.
Thank you.
Karen. On behalf of the administration, we would like to take this opportunity to say thank you. And we honor you for your 12 years of service. 3 campaigns of service to our students and to our school community. Your work and your dedication of over a decade of service is a testament to your passion for our school community and for the success of all District 205 students. Your last few years of service and the strength you've had in partnership with your colleagues to always lead with our students at the forefront, I have to echo that again, of all decisions will forever be remembered. What about the students? As we reflected today, as a cabinet team, we all shared our appreciation for your advocacy and your work on a myriad of things, but specifically for the access and the utilization of technology district-wide. Your passion and your persistence in ensuring that District 205 students had access to technology will forever be a part of your legacy and your impact. Additionally, this administration also unanimously shared that the impact of your linkages to past, present, and future practices, I'm glad you're chuckling, have been extremely helpful in both learning from the past and ensuring success in the future. Thank you. Thank you for being a fierce advocate for all students. We wish you the best in your future endeavors and an abundance of quality time with your family. Thank you.
Hopefully just a few words. But I guess I have been around long enough. My kids are out of the district, have been, went through college graduations, wedding, 2 grandchildren, 3rd on the way. But a lot of gratitude. I'm very grateful to have served this great community. I'll just read a few things for now. I'm grateful to have served this great community for our children the past 12 years. I know that it's a sacrifice. It was a sacrifice for my family. One thing that they did say is, we'd like you to have a more flexible schedule when the 12 years was up and it's campaign time again. But I wish you all the courage to expand yourselves, to continue to do that, past, present, future, through listening to everyone. I know that through the years, when I got on the board 12 years ago, we were in the red. And with that, there were so many things, and you all have heard it, and I won't go through it all, but there was a lot of things that were very different than they are today. And we were only able to do that by listening to everyone and finding the golden nuggets of what the challenge was that we had to overcome. And it made us better, and it got us to where we are now. We used to be labeled a unit district. I think now we perform as a unit district, and I'll just stop right there. I didn't know whether the technology conversation after that board meeting that I shot off an email to the board members, which all you can do is share information, but you can't have the conversation outside of the board table. But I couldn't sleep that night. Looking at what the potential was for technology, but because that's my background, and I've implemented technology with executives at a corporation and helped customers do that, it's not a cheap endeavor. And once you start down that path, you're investing millions of dollars where people are asking why. Why do we need this? It's not understood for the first quite a few years, to be honest with you. It can be up to 6 years. And I'll be honest with you, until COVID, we still weren't sure whether that was the right path. But I can't imagine a community like Elmhurst during COVID if we didn't have what we had in place at that time in technology. So there are going to be many decisions that you all will have to discuss and make decisions on, and you might not know for many years later whether it was a right one or not. So again, that's why it's important to listen to everyone, work as a team. Yeah, and just to seek to understand what you don't know. There's so many things that I didn't know. But you just ask questions and you get to know. That's the fun of the job, I'll tell you. There's so much that I have learned, and there's so much to learn to make a significant difference collectively for our students and the entire organization. I'm honored to have learned so much and expanded my view from my experience on the board, and I'll say starting with my first teammates 12 years ago, as well as past Board of Education members in this community that went decades before I got on the board that I spoke to, as well as District 205 staff. So I thank you for helping me expand. Education is near and dear to my heart. I've always said it's about lifelong learning, and I thank you for letting me do that in this job. I think we've made significant impact, and to which I entrust all of you to continue to build upon it. It takes teamwork, it takes partnership, it takes commitment, dedication, I think you said. Jim, you said. But I thank you, and I wish you the best.
All right, next on the agenda is we acknowledge the receipt of certified election results. So those came in this afternoon from the county and have been loaded into board docs. So it certifies that the 4 candidates that won are Dr. Kelly Henry, Kelly Asaf, Beth Hostler, and Courtney Troutman. Okay, so now we're going to start the process of bringing the new members on. So I'm going to administer the oath. So I'm going to go over there, and I'm going to have each of the 4 of you come in the middle. I have a copy, and we'll read it together versus maybe you repeating after me. How's that? All right, can you hear me? So welcome. This is it, all that hard work to get here. Okay, so we'll read it together, and this will be the formal swearing in of our 2 incumbents for their second term and 2 new board members for their first term on the Elmhurst District 205 Board of Education. All right, here we go. We'll read it together. I, please read your name, do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the member of the Board of Education of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability. I further affirm that I shall respect taxpayer interests by serving as a faithful protector of the school district's assets. I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion by my fellow board members and others who seek a hearing before the board while respecting the privacy of students and employees. I shall recognize that a board member has no legal authority as an individual and that decisions can be made only by majority vote at a public board meeting. I shall abide by majority decisions of the board while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical, constructive channels. As part of the Board of Education, I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education of every student in the school district. I shall foster with the board extensive participation of the community, formulate goals, define outcomes, and set the course for Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205. I shall assist in establishing a structure and environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. I shall strive to ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement and all conditions affecting the education of our children in compliance with state law. I shall serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students and our community schools to advance the vision for Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205. And I shall strive to work together with the district superintendent to lead the school district toward fulfilling the vision the board has created, fostering excellence student in the areas of academic skills, knowledge, citizenship, and personal development. Welcome to the Board of Education. Well, Jim.
Don't take too much pride.
Yeah, it is the better side. Yeah.
Oh,
You got to get something for being the only.
I'm going to announce that at our next meeting.
Dibs.
Dr. Campbell has a
Dibs.
plan.
Well, we're so glad you're here, and we're looking forward to working together and continuing to do great things for kids and our community. So you worked hard for this spot, as did you. I know. As did you. I know. All right. Before we begin the reorganization, I just wanted to say a couple things. When I signed up for the PTA over a decade ago to improve my daughter's school, I never dreamed that I would end up here in this seat. But the more I learned and the more I understood, the more I was inspired to push for something better for not just my own kids, but all kids. I believed that District 205 had more potential to reach, and with some intentional work and the support of our amazing community, we could become the highly respected and high-performing district that we all desired. And so this journey to become something exceptional began together. It has taken colleagues around this table that do their homework, are willing to show up for extra meetings, endure ongoing criticism, sometimes for things that no one else understands, make tough financial decisions for both the short-term and the long-term health of the district, and most importantly, have honest conversations both about where we are and where we want to go. I want to thank each of my colleagues along the way, some that are here at the table tonight, some that just left, and some that have left in years before, who have supported me as a leader for the last 5 years while we navigated challenging situations to do bold, important work for our students and for our community. It has been a long, hard road as we put the pieces in place to both elevate our district and move the district forward at the same time. And so while this work is not done, and if you know me personally, you know I have many more goals and expectations that I hope we're going to work on and achieve together. And I am looking forward to continuing to help us reach those goals. But it is time for others on the board to lead. And so as I step away from leading, I will keep relentlessly pushing us forward, just from a different seat. So with that, I will begin the reorganization for officers of the board. Oh, I got to do the roll call. First, I will roll call, and then I will do that. Could you please call the roll?
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Here or yes?
Here.
Here.
Mrs. Afseth? Sorry if I'm pronouncing.
Here.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yeah, here.
Mr. Collins?
Still here.
Okay. Dr. Henry?
Here.
Mrs. Hustler?
Here.
And Mrs. Troutman?
Here.
Okay, we have all 7 of the new board members present, and now I will turn it over to the board secretary to begin the reorganization process. At this time, we're seeking a nomination for president from the floor.
I'd like to nominate Athena Arvanitis.
At this time, we'd like a second for president for the nomination. I second. Are there any other nominations on the floor? Hearing no other nominations, the nomination stands.
Can you tell me who second?
Say so. All right, we're going to switch seats, and then Mrs. Arvanites will continue the reorganization.
And before we get started on the rest of the board leadership positions, I did want to take a minute to recognize Kara Caforio's commitment, her loyalty to the board and the community, and her leadership for the last 5 years, 6 years on the board, but 5 years as president here for D205 School Board. As president, Kara experienced some of the happiest and most challenging years of public education. From her work on the referendum to leading the board through the pandemic, Kara has worked with a variety of school board members, a few superintendents, and many administrators to pave the way forward each and every day. During her tenure, Kara has remained committed to representing our community while influencing the work of the district to ensure every student is seen in every decision we make. She has been a strong advocate for public education and has worked tirelessly to ensure that the district continues to improve the quality of education provided to the children of Elmhurst. Kara has led the work of the board with compassion and empathy while remaining focused on what's best for students. We are so fortunate to continue to have Kara's expertise, experience, and influence at the table. And with that, I'd like to thank you, Kara, for your time, energy, and commitment to the D205 School Board.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I also just wanted to say a few words. I wanted to take a minute to offer a few words of gratitude and appreciation to Kara Caforio for her unwavering commitment to being our board president over the past 5 years. I was going to talk about all the great things all the great work that was done during her tenure as president, but she did that for me. It's quite apparent after listening to her statement and hearing everything that has been accomplished during her leadership that Kara has made an unbelievably positive impact on this board, District 205, and our community. Kara led us through some very rough waters, mostly brought about by a pandemic, and steered us out the other side even stronger than we were before. I know I speak for all of us when I say that I am thankful to have Kara as a colleague, mentor, and friend. Her strength and resilience are truly inspiring. Thank you, Kara, for everything that you have done as board president and that I know you will continue to do for our board, our district, and ultimately for our students. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will move on to ask the board if there are any nominations for the board vice president position.
I'd like to nominate Beth Hostler for vice president.
Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, Beth, welcome to vice presidency.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kel.
Sorry.
I know. I thought Kara had it. Okay, and then moving on to opening the floor for nominations for board secretary.
I'd like to nominate Courtney Troutman for board secretary.
And a second?
I'll second.
Any other nominations? Hearing no other you good? Sorry. Hearing no other nominations, Courtney is named secretary of the Board of Education.
To do that tedious job that is underappreciated. So thank you in advance.
At this time, the board will take a 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you for the pause in our meeting. We are going to pick up where we left off. Item 10 on the agenda, reorganization of Board of Education. Item D is the establishment of regular meeting dates, times, and location. This is a layout for our board meeting dates for the next school year. If at any point the board deems it necessary to add a meeting in order to allow for more time to discuss board business, we can always add a meeting when necessary. Are there any comments or questions about the meeting dates and times presented? Hearing none, the meeting dates, times, and locations stand as presented for the next school year. And next, we'll move on to reports and presentations. And first, we have item A, the technology update.
Yes, thank you. Let me just look back. So I have two versions. Version 1 is 40 minutes long, or version 2, which is 15 minutes long. That's what I thought. No. So good evening. I will be sharing updates regarding some of the accomplishments the technology department has completed over the course of this year and this past summer. Technology is a part of all of our lives in many different ways. As part of the student journey of excellence, our technology department plays an important role in ensuring that our students are educated, engaged, empowered, and ready for college, career, and life. While this presentation to the board and community is unique, it is unique this year in that we are considering it through the lens of the strategic plan. The technology department is certainly embedded in each of our strategic priorities, and that provides a framework and alignment to the overall needs of our district. The department is comprised of 3 sub-departments, which includes our network operations team, the information management team, and our technology support team. I will be providing you an update of some of the work the respective teams have accomplished, as well as our hardware replacement plans, an update on tech department staffing, and focus areas for 23-24 school year. As I mentioned regarding the 3 sub-departments, each sub-department is led by a supervisor, so I'm just sharing their pictures so you can see who they look like. And they were here last year presenting, but I gave them the night off today. So as I noted, I have embedded the strategic plan where possible. So you will see some slides that look like this, with the strategic priority, objective, and technology update through the conversation throughout the presentation. So let's begin with some updates from our networking team. Cybersecurity and physical network security continue to be our highest priority, ensuring that all of our data and systems remain secure. We've implemented quite a number of new security protocols and enhancements over the last 18 months. A few of those include implementing a password change that requires all staff to change their passwords every 180 days. Completed the implementation of 2-factor authentication, so similar to when you go to a banking site and it asks you to text you a code. Completed this year the transition for all students and staff to Google Drive for file storage. We no longer need to have physical servers in our data center. We removed and deactivated over 7,000 staff and student user accounts who are no longer with the district, with many accounts being over 8 years old. We have provisioned and configured a little under 500 security cameras. We are in the process of replacing over 130 battery backup units in our network closets in our schools. These backup units provide backup power to ensure our network, wireless network, telephones, intercom systems, security cameras remain online in the event of a power failure, allowing for instruction and the operations of the district to continue. And I'm very happy to report that the network as field is completely up and running. One of the teams that has had their work cut out for them is the information management team. During the 21-22 school year, we uncovered many processes that were dated, irrelevant, non-automated, or there were numerous processes that were uniquely customized to individual schools. We found ourselves having to do things 13 different ways because each school wanted things done a bit different. This created so much overhead in terms of hours spent creating customizations and increased rate of errors with data. We are a unit school district and should have one consistent process. As an example, in previous years, each school had a different way of identifying bus routes, such as by colors, numbers, or letters. This made it difficult to run reports out of our student information system in the event we needed to identify students in a particular route quickly. In the event of an emergency, time is of the essence, and by having standardized routes across the district, reports can be obtained quickly. This year, we streamlined the routes by adopting one model across the districts that all schools would adhere to. So this is just one example of many where we've developed standardized processes across the district. The team has also greatly provided support to L&T for setting up student assessments. We are proud to say that we now have 2 different departments across the district that are well-versed with supporting student assessments. Last year, we identified that data was being entered inconsistently and inaccurately into PowerSchool. A major effort began this year to ensure we have clean data entered into PowerSchool. This year, we onboarded a new third-party platform called Level Data that integrates with our student information system that assists secretaries with data validation and identifying errors in real time when data is entered in manually. This has been a huge time saver and a win for our secretaries as they usually input data. So the team has conducted ongoing training sessions with the front office secretaries on improving our data integrity within PowerSchool. The new platform will also ensure we are reporting accurate data that is submitted to the state for reporting. This is, again, another information management team update here. The process for when a new student registers into D205 has been revamped this year. In the previous process, a parent would need to come into the school to verify residency, fill out a paper form. The secretary would then manually enter into PowerSchool, and then a link would be emailed to the parent to complete their registration at home. Many times, parents would forget to complete their registration at home and would have to make attempts to connect with them. The new process entails a parent coming into school for the required residency check, and then there would be a Chromebook handed to them to complete the entire registration process in one visit. This eliminates the paper form, secretaries having enter in information manually, and parents forgetting to complete registration. So we're creating a lot of efficiencies through these processes. On the technology support and support team, they have been busy deploying and maintaining hardware throughout the district. With the construction wrapping up at Field, we will now have a little under 300 clever interactive touch displays in our elementary classrooms. We will continue to provide our elementary teachers clever touch training, as there are many different and exciting ways to use the display to further enhance student engagement. This summer, we will have middle school staff laptop refresh, and we are typically on a 4-year refresh cycle for all of our staff devices. Additionally, Brian will be getting all new video projectors and projection screens. So moving on to summer projects. Typical summer projects include updating software and operating systems in all of our computer labs, the setup and asset management of all our new hardware such as laptop, Chromebooks, and iPads. A new task this summer for the team will be to go around and update all of the Clever Touch operating systems. This year, my focus for the team was to provide stability in all aspects of the department. There were no role or position changes with the exception of adding 2 new FTE to the department. In addition, all of our field techs now spend their full day at their assigned schools versus spending most of their day in the tech office. So it's important for me to let everyone get comfortable with those changes while trying to build a culture and climate of trust and support for one another at an organic pace. I schedule a full department meeting once a quarter so that we can celebrate our successes, and it's a great opportunity for the team to get together, for the 3 teams to get together. At each of these meetings, I always have an activity that is focused on self-improvement or team building. At my most recent full department meeting, which was over spring break, I introduced the Barriers and Bridges activity. The purpose of this activity is to help the team focus on the importance of perspective and attitude. It serves as a reminder to the team the importance of building relationships if we're going to create meaningful change, with my specific focus being on self-improvement and how we can collectively support each other. So the activity worked by giving each team member 4 paper lunch bags, and the instructions were as follows. So think of 1 or 2 words there's a barrier to you personally, and write that down on one side of the bag. On the other side of the bag, write down a word that would be a bridge to a solution to that barrier. On the second bag, write down 1 or 2 words that is a barrier focused on the team, and on the other side of the bag, write down 1 or 2 words that would be a bridge to a solution to that barrier. The other 2 bags are put inside of each bag to form a brick. After everyone completed the activity, we all went around the room and shared our own individual barrier and our own team barrier. A few takeaways. The team was able to see some common themes that were identified and agreed that those would be our areas of focus collectively for the common for this coming year. I was really stunned by the level of engagement and how serious they took the activity. I was really impressed at how each team member let themselves be vulnerable in a large group setting. I am truly amazed at the level of growth of each individual team member and the group of the collective team in just under 2 years. So one of those common themes that came out of this was the need for cross-training. So I was very impressed to hear that the team was coming to me and my leadership team that they would like cross-training opportunities in the future. And that was from our field techs who are now in the schools more regularly, and they get asked questions that may not necessarily pertain to them, but it lands on another team in the technology department. So it was very, very insightful to see that. The district has invested heavily in technology over the years by implementing one-to-one computing, adding wireless access points, to adding security cameras and card access control that all run on our data network. A focus for the next couple of years will be to maintain our back-end infrastructure and replace equipment as it reaches its end of its useful life. Starting with the new upcoming school year in the fall, we will be implementing secure ID printing at all schools. All staff will now have to use their ID to release print jobs at the printer. This will help when printing sensitive documents, eliminate paper waste, but will also allow all users to print at any printer and at any school throughout the district. Additionally, for the team, I plan on introducing the strategic plan to the entire team for awareness, and my team can certainly expect an activity tied to it. So last year, I did an extensive staffing review of the department and a review of the various roles and responsibilities. Through my analysis, I identified a few roles that didn't address where our gaps were, and therefore re-envisioned roles to fill those gaps in our support structure. The department really needed additional support in our network team and with our tech support specialists that support the schools. So if you recall from last year when I presented, I mentioned we began the school year with 1 technician supporting 6 schools, which meant there were rarely any presence or visibility and opportunities to make connections in our schools. In my staffing recommendations, I presented last year that for last school year, I had requested 3 additional FTE. However, I would start the school year with the 22-23 school year with 2 additional FTEs that the board approved. This slide represents overall where ideally I would like to be 1 technician for every 3 schools. So this is where we are today. We were not able to hire the additional field tech until January of this year, since the approved FTEs were posted late in the summer, meaning we missed the window of opportunity in order to obtain the best candidates. I waited until I knew we had the best candidate that would be an excellent fit. By having an additional tech support specialist that started in January, we have been able to have 1 technician per 4 schools and 1 dedicated to York and the Transition Center. The other additional FTE went to support our information management team in the form of a programmer analyst. So we really didn't hire that person until February of this year. The past 2 school years, we have had 1 elementary school offline due to construction. With the middle of the new year hires joining the team and field under construction, I need to go through a full school year with all schools open, a fully staffed team, and continue to evaluate our staffing needs and determine if any adjustments are needed for the 24-25 school year. And separately, Dr. Grenz and I will be at the next board meeting to provide a report on our learning management system trials that have been going on this year at our middle school and high school. So we will be coming back for a report update and next steps. As I conclude, I would like to thank the board for their continued support and my entire team for their dedication, confidence, and the work they do each day to serve and support our staff and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. At this time, we'll open the floor for board members' questions, comments on the technology update.
Go ahead, Courtney. So I'm going to be the parent in the room that says, talk registration. So how will it look different to the parent? I heard you say that you revamped it, and there's less steps and less confusion, which I think every parent will be so happy to hear. So can you walk us through what that will look like from a parent's perspective?
So to be clear, this is for any new student coming into D205.
And so it's brand new students, not
Currently in Elmhurst, correct?
Okay. And so there's no change from the building to building ones?
No.
Okay. So how is it different for a new family moving in?
Before it was multi-step. They would come to school to get the residency check, and then there would be an email linked to them. The parents would get the email link, and then they would fill it out at home. Most of the time, it was very difficult to get the parents to fill it out in a timely manner, so we would have to make contacts to reach out to them. So that put more pressure on our secretaries, and it just caused a lot more confusion.
So doesn't that still happen? Because my 8th grader, I'm being asked for residency to go to York. So could we not implement that same type of assistance to that, in that scenario, or is it different?
It's different because you're already an existing community member. So this is someone that's brand new, because you'd have to fill out additional information.
Okay. I guess I'm confused, but I'll let you know how it goes when
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
go
can
in and
follow
give
up
out
with
my
you as well.
residency
Sure,
documents.
sure.
All right. So there's no change to current residents?
Yeah.
I just had one question, Rudy. I was just wondering, as you're evaluating the technology needs and support needs across our schools, is there one avenue that you use to get feedback from the staff at the schools to find out if their needs are being met or where they might need more support, or is that an ongoing process?
It's an ongoing process from feedback from principals, from our executive directors of EC5 and 6 through 12. They've been a great resource this year, and they'll approach me if there's any specific needs, and the collaboratives that we have with the principals.
Great, thank you.
So, thanks for that. I just have a question about the iPads. This is pretty specific, but is that like a full replacement, or we just need more, or like the 700? What? Could you speak to that a little?
Sure. So there was an instructional technology plan that was developed back in 2019, 2020, and the plan was to start to bring in iPads for grades K through 4. And so we took a pause last year. So this year we're continuing to move forward with that plan. And so we're buying the normal kindergarten iPads, which are around 550, but we need to infill some of the third grades that we don't have enough for. So moving forward, it should only be about 500 or so iPads for the incoming kindergartners.
And then how do we sort of monitor just if they're really being utilized, I guess?
Oh, we have what's it called? A device management platform that we can monitor all of that, the usage on apps for, which ones they use the most. That's all that can be monitored.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Kelly, Jim, Kelly? Well, I just want to say thank you, thorough presentation, and even for you and your team's work and analysis, and really moving slow, especially in your staffing plan, in order to move fast and make sure that we're allocating resources appropriately to support students, staff, and as well as paying attention to the big financial investment that you mentioned. So appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so next item is item B, instructional materials selection and adoption for the 2023-24 school year. During our March board meeting, our team brought forward a presentation that allowed the Board of Education as well as our community members to understand and have insight into the process that is used in order to bring forward recommendations to the Board of Education. In addition to that process aligns with Board Policy 6210 that requires us to make the resources that are being recommended available to our community for their review for up to 30 days. Last year, this particular administration took the time
to thoroughly review that process and to ensure that that process provided opportunities for ease, accessibility to the resources. If you recall, previously all resources were housed at the district, and in order to review those materials, you had to come physically to the district. Knowing that we have families that have other priorities and obligations, coming physically to the district could potentially pose as a barrier for certain community members and parents. So therefore, we wanted to ensure that we had a landing page on our district website that will allow the resources that are being recommended to be easily accessed and reviewed by those that choose to. In addition, under this leadership, we also looked at opportunities for how we would collect and curate the information and the feedback that we receive from parents as well as community members after they reviewed those particular resources. So if you recall, last year we also implemented a form called Review Form Instructional Materials. That was also a form that was posted and located on the website in addition to those materials. I want to, before I ask my colleagues to present, I know that we have heard several conversations and several comments, tonight about particular text and those recommendations that are being forward. Tonight, we're going to again review the actual process that we engage in as educators and as teacher teams, and how the framework in which we arrive at bringing particular proposals to the board. But in addition to that, I want to underscore this wonderful opportunity for us as a community to make sure that when we elicit and ask for feedback, and when feedback is provided, it is incumbent upon us to then take in that feedback and intentionally pause to internalize the feedback that we've asked for. So therefore, on tonight, we have chosen to pause moving forward a recommendation, American Street specifically, because of the feedback that we have received. And it would undermine the process if we did not intentionally, with our administrators as well as our teachers, adhere to and have the opportunity to really look at that feedback and to really take into considerations what that feedback is, because that is a part of the process. So in upholding the process, please know on tonight, the reason why that book is being held and not being brought forward is due to the outpouring of feedback we've received, and due to the fidelity of the process and the implementation of the process that has been put in place by this administration team, and in collaboration with our school leadership and our school teachers, it is important for us to provide adequate time for that feedback to be reviewed, internalized, and taken into consideration. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues to share. Again, some of this information is going to be redundant, but again, for shared awareness to understand what the process is and how we utilize the framework of the decisions that we're being brought forth, I think it's really helpful to the board as well as to our community members to again, hear that information. I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague, Ms. Leisha.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. So as Dr. Campbell highlighted, we are here to, again, do a brief overview and some updates about what instructional materials we're proposing for approval this evening. And so as we look at the timeline on March 21st, Katie Lyons and myself presented materials for proposal for review. We then were entered into the instructional materials public display, where any community member had the opportunity to fill out a Google form to share any suggestions, concerns, or feedback about the proposed texts and curricular resources. Upon completion of the public display, which was yesterday, 168 responses were received. Each of the respondents noted their preference regarding how they would like to be contacted, and so someone from the team followed up with those individuals individually. We are now to number 3, where we are updating and then proposing recommendations for approval. Again, as we look at the student journey of excellence, high-quality instructional materials are really an opportunity to support the values that our community has identified to make sure we're providing students with the opportunities to be educated, engaged, and empowered to ultimately be prepared for college, career, and life. When we look more specifically at our strategic priorities, we are really leaning into the student success strategic priority and when we talk about instructional materials, and specifically the objective under that student success objective highlights achieving academic excellence by ensuring all students master essential skills and content. So when we look at those high leverage strategies that are underneath those objectives, one of those is to continuously monitor the effectiveness and make adjustments to resources, practices, and programming to provide a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And so that's really what the purpose of this process is to make sure we are living that out. I'm now going to pass it over to Katie to give a brief overview.
So prior to digging into the process, you'll remember these slides from last time that we met. But just to make sure we're unpacking a bit of the educational jargon, this is the worst seat, by the way, so our new members, you got really good ones. You never know what to look at. So we just wanted to make sure we define some of the words that we're going to use briefly today, because you have seen this before. But when we talk about curriculum, we often say that guaranteed and viable curriculum is what we want to ensure our teachers and students have access to. That's really that coherent set of high-quality instructional materials, but that also includes our academic lessons and content that teachers use to lead students towards that mastery of essential skills, content, and standards. When we talk about the instructional materials, we're talking about the comprehensive materials that include our standards-aligned learning objectives, our effective lesson structures, our objectives, our integrated professional learning materials, as well as any of those embedded assessments. I really want to point out, though, the importance of the instructional priorities that drive our work. These are really the priorities that help promote clarity and alignment and cohesion based on our student achievement data, student work, and observations of teacher practice. When we think about instructional priorities and our materials, this is really where the magic happens. Research shows us that instructional materials exercise their influence on learning directly, as well as by influencing teachers' instructional choices and behavior. And this makes instructional materials all the more important. So what we call our instructional materials are educative resources. They both educate teachers to see how the standards manifest both within the text and the tasks that we're putting in front of our students. Very briefly, when we talk about instructional materials or instruction in general in terms of execution, we typically talk about it in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 instruction. Today, Carrie and I are presenting materials recommended for Tier 1, which is really that instruction that is provided for all students, that all students have access to grade level aligned standards. Tier 1 is often referred to as core instruction, and that teachers within the classroom provide scaffolds to support differentiated instruction within the tier. Again, no student should be pulled out of Tier 1 instruction. All students should have access to that. Tier 2 is our supplemental intervention support. So this is when we talk about reading specialists or math interventionists. These specialists provide a more intense dose in addition to Tier 1 instruction, and this is also in smaller groups of students. And then finally, we talk about Tier 3 instruction. Again, that's also a supplemental intervention, but that's just with more increased intensity and with smaller groups, even one-on-one, to really be tailored to meet individual student needs. So just to provide a quick visual, if we're thinking about a student in reading services for Tier 2, that would look like 90 minutes a week for that intervention. And then if we're finding that that's not meeting the student's needs, we would place that child into Tier 3, which would look like 180 minutes of additional literacy instruction to support that child. This is just really quick an overview of some of our past materials that we have reviewed, and we're only highlighting these because these are the areas within Spanish literacy development, English language arts, social studies, math, science, and world language that we're putting forth recommendations today of these materials that we currently have. And through that cyclical process of evaluating materials that Carrie mentioned, we have identified higher quality materials to support our students within these areas. And I'm going to hand it back to Carrie.
So we shared this slide last year and then also in March, but really highlighting the 4-step process as we go through for identifying not only materials, but also those instructional priorities that Katie shared. And so first, we're doing an analysis of student and teacher data. So that can be student achievement data, student growth, and then also teacher data through focus groups, surveys, PLC conversations. Next, we examined the research-based practices and how that actually aligns to what's happening in the classroom through the execution and engagement of all our stakeholders. So that's including principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches, division chairs, and teachers. So this process then leads to culmination in the identification of opportunities to elevate instruction and promote student outcomes. We wanted to take a moment to dig a little bit into that last process, specifically at the high school, because we know their structures are a little different. And so wanted to highlight that process as well. And so we've talked about this before, but all divisions are currently going through a curriculum review process. That will be a continuous process. That is not something that has an end, but as we improve all aspects of the student experience in our courses, we want to make sure that that process and continuous improvement is ongoing. That process is facilitated by York division chairs in collaboration with the assistant principal of instruction. Out of that curriculum review process, the identification of instructional priorities and potentially new materials are initiated by the department and division chair. And so then they go through the process of selection, and this is led by that content-specific division chair in collaboration with the department's professional learning community. This professional learning community usually isn't the entire department, but could be a course team or potentially a subset of a course team based on the model that they're using. The selection process always includes a comprehensive review of materials as aligned to research, and then also incorporates content-specific rubrics. So one example of the tool they may use is a qualitative and quantitative text complexity rubric, and also making sure that the materials are in alignment with content-specific instructional practices. So this could be using the instructional practice guides that highlight best practices in content areas to be able to make sure that the materials that we're proposing are elevating the opportunities for students to experience that type of instruction in their classroom. Those materials are then brought to the Board of Education for proposal, and then that last bullet, which is what Dr. Campbell really highlighted, is the review of feedback from the community. And so that review will be facilitated by district leaders, division chairs, and the AP of instruction, where the team then can come together, reflect, and process the feedback that they've received to then collaborate to propose next steps.
Ms. Leishaw, I want to just interject. Thank you so much. We oftentimes hear, if you go back to that slide, Ms. Leishaw, we oftentimes hear comments or questions specifically about one element of text complexity. And partly we hear, mention of Lexile, for example, which is a one aspect of the quantitative rubric that we use. Could you, Ms. Lyons, just elaborate a little bit more around how we look at certain elements within a text to identify the level of rigor that text presents?
Yes, thank you. Quantitative measures are, just one level of analysis that we do. Text complexity is a very nuanced approach to analyzing a text. So it's without merit to not talk about the qualitative features. And so when we're analyzing a text, we're looking at 4 dimensions of qualitative features, and that includes meaning, purpose, structure, language, and knowledge demands. And within those 4 dimensions of those qualitative features, there are features that can make a text more or less complex. And so just looking at a quantitative measure of lexile is not a nuanced, sophisticated approach. You really have to pair it with analyzing those 4 dimensions of the qualitative features of a text. Additionally, when we're assessing text complexity, we also consider what we call the reader and task considerations. And what this includes is that we evaluate what will challenge students most in the text, and then what supports can the teacher provide based on what's complex about the text to support students with accessing that text. Additionally, based on the research of how important bringing knowledge about a topic to a text is in terms of comprehension of a text, we also consider the knowledge demands that this text particularly places on our students that are in front of us. And so that nuanced understanding of how we analyze a text is really what's included in the rubric that Carrie mentioned. It is both that quantitative measure, but not only. It is also the qualitative features that can actually raise the readability level of that text quite a bit through those 4 dimensions that I mentioned of meaning and purpose, structure, language, and knowledge demands.
Thank you, Ms. Leischel, for that Ms. Lyons, for that clarification. Ms. Leischel.
It's confusing. We're going to pass it back to Katie Lyons to talk more about literacy, social studies, and world language.
So I'm just going to linger here and wait for Jim to see the feedback that was taken on this slide. The size of it is just absolutely much better than the last presentation. So it is not a data presentation. However, we just wanted to voice over that step around analyzing student and teacher data that is really integral to this process of evaluating our materials and instructional practices. And here you'll see a very quick historical snapshot of our Illinois Assessment of Readiness for our grades 3 through 8 in English language arts that of course we consider when we're thinking about the effectiveness of our materials in terms of student outcomes. Next, we also have a quick slide of our SAT Meeting College Board benchmarks of our evidence-based reading and writing, which is the green bars over time for grade 11. Again, this is also really important as we were looking particularly in this cycle at our AP Human Geography impact and instructional materials. So we utilize this data to really support us in analyzing that. And finally, we just have a quick graphic of our percentage of students receiving a 3, 4, or 5 on an advanced placement. Again, we use this to support all of our content areas, but particularly this year, our AP Human Geography, in terms of kids that were passing, having that pass rate there. So in addition to the student data, we of course also gather feedback from our teachers. And so you saw this in March, but on the left, you'll see the World Language Teacher Survey that was conducted with our 612 World Language teachers, asking them for feedback on their instructional practices and materials. And then on the other side, you'll see a survey that was shared also last year, but when we surveyed our K through 5 teachers, both on their social studies instruction and ELA. In particular, a note, because we're bringing forward some social studies materials today for K-5, I just want to point out that 86% of our teachers report using read-alouds as the primary mode for student interaction with texts, and 27% of our teachers report using paired texts on a weekly basis. We'd actually want to see those percentages flipped, and I'll talk a bit about that when we talk through the research. So the rope. So the rope. It's always, yeah, you know it. The part of the research that we use, examination of our research-based practices, you're gonna see my favorite Scarborough's reading rope that really unpacks. It would not be, I think I'm gonna pass it off to someone next time, like who wants to explain it? But we really use the rope to help us both examine instructional practices, and we also look at our curricular materials with the lens of the rope, because we want to see what was intended to be taught, is it actually being enacted in the classroom? And then you'll also see the actful proficiency levels in terms of, as we think about our students' proficiency levels with language acquisition. And then finally, just a quick graphic of our inquiry-based approach to social studies in terms of the materials that we're bringing forward today. In 2022, ISB launched revised Illinois social studies standards with 6 aligned competencies to promote historical thinking skills with a focus really centered on inquiry and informed action. So you'll see that research applied to the selection of materials.
As we look through that same process for math and science, when we were evaluating materials for that AP environmental class, right, we had the opportunity to really dig into AP data and also make sure that our Tier 1 curricular resources were aligning with any shifts that College Board had made to those AP assessments. And then also having the opportunity to use some of our preliminary math instructional review materials and highlighting opportunities for deepening students' conceptual understanding, particularly at the secondary level, to meet the demands of grade level standards with a particular focus on the Common Core's high school sequence starting with algebra. As we look into the research, again, we dug into those research-based best practices for math courses and also reviewing AP research, which I'll get to in a moment. But we know that, as Katie highlighted, materials matter, and we want to make sure we are providing the focus on the major content of where the standards emphasize in math courses, coherently connecting the curriculum within and across grade levels, and then also the rigor to pursue conceptual understanding, procedural skills, and fluency. And so as we looked at AP research, we also know, right, that students who access AP courses, no matter what they score, have a better chance of being successful in post-secondary college opportunities. And so really making sure, again, that our curricular resources are aligned with the demands of the College Board AP assessments so that our students can not just have access to, but also be successful in those courses as well.
So just briefly, we wanted to highlight a few of the materials that are being brought forward for approval today. You will see that Spanish literacy development, we have the suite from Estrellita that you saw in March and that has been on display to support our students with their foundational skills. And you'll also see in grades K to 5, social studies, Inquire Ed. And just a few notes here, we are offering this as for early adopters for the next school year with full implementation across K-5 the following year. And so we're really excited to launch it in that way with strong professional learning provided throughout. And then based on our learnings with our K-5 Wit and Wisdom implementation this year, we actually had an opportunity to bring together our 6th grade department chairs and teacher leaders, principals, and instructional coaches. And we spent last Friday at Jefferson Elementary School doing some observations in the 5th grade classrooms and doing some learning as a 6th grade team. And through that process, our entire 6th grade core teachers have opted into utilizing Wit and Wisdom for next year. So we're moving forward with that, and we're really excited to continue to provide students with that coherent approach to deepening their integrated reading and writing skills, and especially to watch our 5th graders as they transition into 5th grade when there's already so much transition that there will be something familiar to welcome them there and continue to promote their skills.
Dr. Campbell touched on this, but we just wanted to highlight that the Text American Street is currently not being proposed for approval this evening, and that is, again, to create time for processing and reflection, utilizing the feedback to really make sure that we're doing that process with fidelity and honoring the voices that provided feedback about the text. And so that will not be for approval this evening, and we will be returning to you with a proposal based on next steps in collaboration with that PLC. We also have an algebra adoption that we are proposing this evening. So if you remember in March, we had 2 different materials that we put on display, Carnegie Mathematics and Illustrative Mathematics. We engaged, again, a PLC across grades 7 through 9. We identified some key resources using ed reports and then also collaborating with New Teacher Center after our math instructional review of high-quality resources. And so this PLC engaged in hours of independent work around learning the resources, and then also some vendor presentations utilizing, again, that rubric that's aligned with best practices. And so after that, they all engaged in lesson deep dives, actually around the same standard. They looked at that standard in both curricular materials to see how it was approached similarly and different. And as a team, they provided all the feedback, and then the math division chair and the director of STEM Pathways identified the resource that we'll be moving forward with illustrative mathematics for our algebra adoption.
Great, thank you. We can open dialogue and discussion with the board. Go ahead, Kara.
Okay, I have a couple questions. The one is, I don't see a lot for middle school in resources. Like you've got the algebra and the wit and wisdom for sixth. And I guess I'm just curious if you could speak to science, social studies, some of the other core, and then moving up.
Absolutely. So our 6th through 8 science curriculum, I believe, don't quote me on this, but was adopted in 2019 or 2020. So Amplify Science, which is a high-quality curricular resource, and that's used across grades 6 through 8. We also have partnered with the Regional Office of Education this year for a grade-specific learning series around social studies curriculum. Katie didn't dive too much into it this time, right? But those shifts that she spoke about for elementary social studies standards to inquiry-based are also present in middle school. And so really working with them to look at our current units of study and identify opportunities to embed and shift how are we embedding informed action into the units of study, and then how are we also making sure that they're centered on inquiry. So that has been an ongoing process for social studies teachers. We actually did 3 pullout days, one for 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade over the course of the year. And we're able to refine units and actually, create common summatives that were high quality with the expertise of, again, the ROE. Our Wit and Wisdom pilot, it was really exciting to have. Friday was a great day of learning and kind of excitement around the resource, but I think what was exceptionally powerful was that our department chairs were there, and our department chairs don't necessarily teach 6th grade, and so having them be able to see, they had access to 7th and 8th grade as well as we dug into the resource, and so for them to be able to see, oh, we teach that book in 7th grade already, it would be really, it's really exciting to think about that next layer, depending on, again, middle school is different than elementary, so we want to honor the process of making sure that this resource is the best fit for the middle school model. And then we do have algebra. Again, that is an additional layer. Our core math instruction at the middle school is Eureka. So I would say they have a strong foundation of resources as well. We, of course, always have work to do to really then think about, right, how are we enacting those with fidelity to make sure that we're meeting, again, the demands of the standards. Katie, anything to add?
Okay, so I just want to say that I appreciate that the American Street book is going through the process. And I think, so I've read it. I know a few other board members have read it. I think the question is, where is the line? And that is challenging. And it is a good book, but it also has a lot of profanity. And so I think thinking about that it's a challenging situation. And so I'm glad that there's going to be some reflection for our teachers, and kind of, I think something I would like to see, I don't know, but just why that text versus maybe something else in getting that similar skill or story or connection, I would like to hear that if you come back with, about that. So I just, I know it, there's a lot of feelings about it, but I think at the core, it's a good
book, but it brings up the question of what is the line of how much is okay, and I don't really know the answer. And I think that we all might have different answers based on our own children and our own values and our own perspectives. So, but I also, I guess, like to think that we're thinking about our kids in the ways that what we expose them to when we make something required. So I look forward to kind of hearing what the reflections are and how that comes back. But I appreciate that we're going through the process. If you don't honor the process, then why have a process? So I just want to thank you for doing that work. And also, I appreciate the teachers understanding that, I assume they'll see the feedback too, and how that consider, I don't know, just consider the community and some of the things that, are in that feedback. So thank you for, pulling it back to reflect. I appreciate that. That's it. That's all I got.
I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit with these new texts and materials that are being put in place. Could you speak a little bit to how we get feedback from our staff that are not going to be using them? How do we hear back about how things are going and if adjustments need to be made and such?
Sure, I can specifically talk to just K-5 as a smaller example of this year. We have brought what we've called teacher learning communities together 3 times throughout the year, and we've brought them together as K-1 cohorts, grades 2, 3, and grades 4, 5. And so those 3 touch points, actually we have one on Thursday of this week that wraps up sort of that third one, and each they are really charged with doing some lead learning in those sessions and then also capturing feedback from their grade level teams to bring to those sessions where we do cycles of feedback. They have been really instrumental in how we have pivoted in using the resources, adjusting the report cards with the standards-based reporting to reflect what teachers are teaching. And so their feedback is really gathered in those moments. And then they bring back to their PLCs, gather additional feedback and bring to me. We'll also be launching like a first-year implementation survey on May 1st. So similar to some of the data that I shared prior to implementation of the new and selection of the new materials, just another teacher survey to also get anonymous feedback on a number of different items. And so I can definitely share those findings with you all at post May 1st.
That'd be great. Thank you so much for that.
So I think I heard you say, and I just want to clarify, that the selection of the 7-9 algebra materials was a direct result or response from the ongoing math curriculum review, because I was kind of a little nervous when I saw it. I was just like, okay, wait, are we done with the math curriculum review, and how is that going to fit into whatever results we feedback or the feedback we get? So did I hear you correct? So that is a direct feedback?
So they have been kind enough with kind of their recommendations when we said we have a timeline. And so giving recommendations, they're still triangulating some data for us, especially when we look at, we talked a lot about, specifically with the board, the pathways that students have access to in different math courses and triangulating that data with student success, where they end up. And so they're still working through that, but they, again, have been kind enough to kind of roll out recommendations and data throughout. And so one of the key levers that was identified was identifying high-quality curricular materials for high school course sequencing. And so our math division chair really took that information and was able to synthesize it for not only her team, but also our 7th and 8th grade algebra teachers, and then again, ignite them and get them excited around learning a new resource and identifying it in a really expedited way. So, and they also were able to provide us with recommendations, again, based on other districts that they've worked with. Here are materials that have, we've seen implemented. And so that's kind of where we started, utilizing ed reports as well as a trusted resource for curriculum identification as well. So yes, absolutely. But still in progress of kind of like the comprehensive zoom out.
Well, I love the rollout of feedback, because that's going to be impactful, like, right away, right? Like, and that's one of the reasons that this board, the board agreed to do this full-out K-12 math review. So I love the fact that we are getting feedback that will roll into implementing steps right now. So thank you for that. I also wanted to, I just wanted to touch on the process because of selection of these materials, and I appreciate you giving this presentation again. I know we talked about this and how these materials are selected, so I appreciate you reminding us again how they are done. I appreciate the fact that you're adhering to that process. It's hard to do, right? Like you've selected, I feel like you've brought forward these suggestions because you feel like they're the best of the best, and for you to have the sense to just say, wait, there's feedback and we're going to reflect. I truly appreciate that. I have also read the book. I've actually listened to it as well. Two very different experiences, what I will say. It is a powerful book, and it impacted me. It really did. And I would challenge everyone to read it, not listen to it, because there is, like Kara talked about, that balance of what's too much. But then I also reflect that the book is about a Haitian immigrant being kind of thrust into the gang streets of Detroit. I don't think you can use nice language there. That's not real. And this book was very real, and it was very raw, and it was very powerful. And I think the rigor was there because, like, it made you think. So, but I do think it's a great reflection on trying to figure out where that balance is. I came from it as a perspective of my daughter's in 8th grade, and she'll be reading it next year. And, I appreciate the process, and I appreciate the reflection, and I appreciate the fact that this book was selected for a reason. So I'm just going to stay there.
Go back to algebra for a second. You're using the same book in grades 7, 8, and 9. Can I infer from that that it is the exact same algebra class in grades 7, 8, and 9?
The team has been working to make sure that we're addressing all grade level standards in 7, 8, and 9, right? Because that's the only time they'll have access to the algebra standards in their totality. I will say one reason why this was chosen was because it has flexibility and it's structured in a way to dive deep into problem solving, have students do the cognitive lift. So when you're thinking about a 7th grader who's in a double accelerated model, the structure of the class could look very different than a freshman taking that, right? So we want to make sure that all students have access to the grade level standards aligned with algebra. But I would say I'm really excited to walk classrooms next year to see how that might be enacted differently while still holding true to the standard. So same resource, same because it aligns with the standards, but I would say instructional practices may look different.
Okay. So we're teaching algebra in 4 different buildings. Yes. Do those teachers that teach that class from those 4 buildings ever get together and compare instructional techniques, results, things like that?
They do. And so this is a really exciting opportunity to ground that as opposed to saying, here's how I teach this standard, right? And here's how I teach this standard, or my assessment may look a little different than your assessment, to say we have common resources. Now let's talk about the fun stuff, right? Let's look at how our students did on this common assessment. Why did your students outperform my students? How did you engage students with that differently? And so our current structure, I believe they come together 4 times a year, those algebra and geometry teams. But again, that has been very centered around kind of curriculum development. And so this is taking that load off of teachers and saying, we want to actually talk about how our students are engaging with the material.
Okay, so that is going to occur. We'll get all 4 buildings of teachers together to look over that data, compare their individual successes with their class. And is 4 times a year enough, in your opinion?
We have, it's never enough. I could talk about math all day, every day. But no, we have engaged with Imagine Learning is the vendor for illustrative mathematics, and so they have provided, again, similar to the K-5 rollout, right? How are we utilizing the professional learning series, right? So this is implementation for the first year, and so we really want to make sure there's an aligned professional learning sequence, including what does discourse look like around this resource in your classroom, right? Let's dig into this unit around, linear equations, and let's really dig into functions. Now let's dive deep. What are you, what have students experienced? What is new? And let's make sure that's right. So there will be some professional learning facilitated that's specific to the resource, while also coupled with, again, some student work analysis across buildings, and that to make sure that our students are having a common and equitable experience across buildings.
All right, thank you. And then I have one question about the process and the electronic or the display of materials for 30 days so the community can take a look at them. I noticed that some, but not all, were electronically accessible. I have to believe that any publisher that gets a phone call that says, we're going to buy hundreds of copies of your book, but we need you to make it accessible to our community for 30 days electronically, probably is not going to say, no, we're not going to do that. I have to believe that's a small price to sell hundreds of copies of the book. So I encourage you to continue to press the publishers to allow our community access to all of these books in an electronic format. And I've been, every time this comes up, I do my little plea to the community to come look at what's on display. And when materials were only available in the district office, we usually got a total of about 0 people that would come and look. Now that they're electronic, maybe we're getting some more. I just want to make it, I just want to live with the times in the 21st century that the stuff should be available electronically. So thank you.
How many weren't?
The Spanish literacy foundational skills, it is like a massive amount because it's looking at all the different sequence of sounds, and there's posters and there's small guided readers. It isn't even available electronically for kids or teachers. And so some of these, some of the publishers, because we approach learning to read through a multisensory approach, we don't want it, on a tablet or an iPad, and so that is why that one wouldn't be presented online, because again, that's not how we ask kids and teachers to engage with it, and it's just not something that is even offered. So that is different, kind of than maybe a book itself. So that one was not available. We did give demo accounts for the Inquire Ed, so that was available, and so was Wit and Wisdom. And I'll let Carrie speak to the others.
Yeah, so we did have some resources accessible online, some not. We worked hard with Beck's Books, the people who supply our texts to our high school, to have them engage. And that was a new process this year, to engage them to get us online access. And we were successful for some of the texts, just not all of them. So our AP Environmental Science, our AP Human Geo could be accessed online, where the Chinese text series just wasn't available. They weren't able to provide that to us, but we will certainly follow up with them to kind of learn what the limitations are of providing online access, so we can hopefully increase that for next year and future years. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have just a couple thoughts that I'll share. First off, the presentation and 2 months in a row here, or 2 board meetings in a row here, the level of analysis, synthesis, even all the topics that you're presenting on is very broad and vast. And so I want to thank you. I know that takes a lot of time and energy and focus, and you're doing a great job helping us see kind of the spectrum of this process. remember we're talking about textbook adoption, but we start talking about curriculum and instruction and different grade levels, and it gets very complicated over time. A couple just thoughts that pop in my head. One is, and I'll talk a little bit about specifically the book that we're taking a pause on, hearing a lot of feedback and, of course, the process and honoring the process and seeing the amount of response from the community. I appreciate you taking that pause to take another look and review. The idea, that balance, I want to echo that idea of balance. And I think what struck me tonight, hearing that idea of appropriate and inappropriate, and if this, then what, right? And what is considered inappropriate. When it comes to the curriculum piece, specifically of 9th grade English, but then I think about it also from a 9 through 12 English curriculum, it'd be helpful if this is moving, or maybe next questions to ask in your review might be something around how does this book fit into the entire 9 through 12 curriculum? And what I'm looking at is the student experience in 9th grade and their, engagement with different texts. But then also, what does that look like in the 9 through 12 curriculum, and how does this play a role? The reason why I kind of go there, I think my brain goes there, is that this question comes up often about, are our students engaging in a variety of literature, both modern and classical, throughout their time in our curriculum at the high school? And then, of course, we've heard the other question around the rigor. Is the rigor appropriate to prepare students for post-high school work? And so those are kind of big theme questions that I just start to ponder when I do this level of analysis or engagement with texts. Another thought, just around, you talked a lot about the process that the PLCs go through in our division chairs, which I know is not an easy process either. And it takes many hours of energy and review and reading on their own to ensure that, they're thinking about all aspects of educating every child. I wonder, and it doesn't really need to be a response, I'm sure it's there somewhere, but this idea of when a book is adopted, what are we getting feedback from students? What was their engagement in the book, or what did they think of their experience? And that can end up in both instructional, improvements, but also text in itself, and it might give us feedback on decisions that were made. One final note on this is about, again, I value our educators and what they're doing and how they are going about. This is a solid process for curriculum selection and review. I wonder if at any point we're looking outside of ourselves too. There's these wonderful moments where we're able to hire highly qualified staff to come in, and what's great about them is they bring in their ideas from the schools that they've worked in. At what point maybe do we look out just to say, hey, are we in the right ballpark here? What are other schools doing? It just informs our thinking. It's not that we have to, what works in other communities doesn't necessarily work for us here in Elmhurst, but it does inform our thinking as decision makers. And I think that, that being a part of the process is important. My final note is just ultimately, is, of course, given, some of the feedback that we're seeing, people represent often when they talk to, I'll speak for me personally as a board member, represent what's best for their child. And I can very much think about what I feel as a mother is best for my 2 children. The challenge of the board is that we have to think about what's best for all children. And that might be different from what's best for my children or my child. And so I think that's where this challenge is presented to us, and these moments arise that give us pause and create an opportunity for us to reflect, take another look, and ensure that what we're doing is best for all students. So I thank you again for the presentation. It's very thorough, and I think I'll leave it there. Anything else? You good? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll move on to the consent agenda, which includes the personnel report, financial reports, membership renewal for IHSA, One Touch Point 2-year contract renewal, and Parent Square D205 communication messaging tool contract renewal. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull from the consent agenda? If not, then can we have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial reports; C, membership renewal, Illinois High School Association; D, One Touch Point 2-year contract renewal; E, Parent Square D205 communication messaging tool contract renewal.
I'll second. Motion by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Asif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes and 0 nays, motion passes. Going on to item 13, I believe, I have a typo here, on the agenda action items. Item A, the approval of Conrad Fisher Elementary Principal. Dr. Campbell, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, we are ecstatic to be in this moment. I, along with my administration team, launched a very inclusive and thorough search to find the next principal of the Conrad Fisher Elementary School, with a driving mission to align with our strategic plan to bring in top talent that would ensure continued student growth and success. A rigorous multi-step process began. As with previous principal interview and selection processes, we engage in extensive welcoming of community input, which was incorporated in multiple ways, including a community survey and several parent, student, as well as staff focus groups. There were a total of 62 applicants. Elmhurst is the place to be, and many people want to come here, that applied for the principalship. And 5 of those applicants were selected to participate in first-round interviews, and 3 applicants were selected to participate in second-round interviews. Throughout the second and third-round interviews, the district enlisted engagement from representatives from the district level, school level, the Dual Language Parent Advisory Council, the Bilingual Parent Advisory Council, and families with students in monolingual, dual language, and English language learning program. No one was left out. All in-person candidates presented a 10-minute data overview and priority presentation before engaging in a standard questioning interview session in which questions were aligned to feedback that we had received from our community. From there, on Monday, March 13th, 3 candidates were chosen to be a part of an extensive 3-round interview that happened across Fisher Elementary and York Community High School that included parents, board members, administration, and Fisher classified and certified staff. The candidates' strengths and their areas of growth were considered alongside panelist feedback, community input, and a review of artifacts provided throughout the interview process. Communication was also provided to all candidates to discuss their status throughout the process. After all input was reviewed, including a very thorough reference and background check, the candidate, Dr. Martinez, is being recommended tonight for hire. Throughout the interview process, it was consistently clear that among a pool of very highly qualified candidates, the diverse experience, and the success that Dr. Martinez has made him the best candidate for the position and aligns perfectly with both the district objective as well as community feedback. Dr. Martinez has over 17 years in education, including classroom experience as a Spanish teacher, an ESL, a bilingual coordinator, an assistant principal, and most recently, principal of Norwood Middle School in North Shore School District 112. While leading at North Shore, Dr. Martinez led the school to their highest growth in NWEA and MAP and worked closely with teachers and community members to build a strong, collaborative community that empowered families, teachers, and students through collaboration and a shared pride in their community. Described by former teachers as a supportive leader that sees potential in his team and works tirelessly to continue developing and growing their potential. Dr. Martinez is innovative, a student-oriented leader with proven success in increasing outcomes, developing systemic solutions, and keen ability to collaborate with all stakeholders in both English and Espanol. Dr. Martinez is a bilingual educator committed to empowering each student through acquiring knowledge and life skills. Board of Education tonight, I would like to recommend Dr. Martinez for hire for the position of Conrad Fisher Elementary School Principal.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. I know, that was like.
Did you feel the passion?
I did.
I am so do you feel the excitement?
Yes.
Okay.
Ongoing, yes. No, that was very good. Thank you. Yes, can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve Dr. Martinez for hire for the position of Conrad Fisher Elementary School Principal as presented.
I'll second.
Are there any comments from the board? Yeah, I can't.
No, I just, I had an opportunity to meet you briefly in the interview, and I really, really look forward to the great things that I think you're going to support our Fisher community and achieve. So, thank you.
Great, thanks. Let's call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mrs. Assif,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Congratulations. We are excited to have you.
Much. I appreciate your time, and I can feel your dedication. I'm so excited to be here. I prepared some very brief remarks in both Spanish and English, and I will read them to you. Dear Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205, Board of Education, Dr. Campbell, faculty, staff, families, and students at the Conrad Fisher Elementary School, I am honored and grateful to be given the opportunity to serve as the principal of this great school. Education is about imparting knowledge and instilling confidence, determination, and resilience in our students. One of the most powerful things we can witness as educators is the transformation of a student's mindset from I can't to I can. Every day, we have the chance to make a difference in the life of our students by helping them overcome challenges, learn new skills, and realize their full potential. I am committed to working with every one of you to create an environment that fosters growth, exploration, and learning. Together, we can empower our students to believe in themselves, set goals, and achieve great things. Let's always remember that when we do good things happen. Many thanks, peace, and calm. Estimado Distrito 205 de la Unidad Comunitaria de Elmhurst, Junta de Educación, doctora Campbell, maestras y maestros, personal, familias y estudiantes de la escuela primaria Conrad Fisher. Me siento honrado y agradecido de tener la oportunidad de servir como director de esta gran escuela. La educación se trata de impartir conocimiento e infundir confianza, determinación y resiliencia en nuestros estudiantes. Una de las cosas más poderosas que podemos presenciar como educadores es la transformación de la mentalidad de un estudiante del no puedo al sí puedo. Todos los días tenemos la oportunidad de hacer la diferencia en la vida de nuestros estudiantes al ayudarlos a superar desafíos, aprender nuevas habilidades y desarrollar todo su potencial. Estoy comprometido a trabajar con cada uno de ustedes para crear un entorno que fomente el crecimiento, la exploración y el aprendizaje. Juntos podemos capacitar a nuestros estudiantes para que crean en sí mismos, establezcan metas y logren cosas grandiosas. Recordemos siempre que cuando hacemos cosas buenas suceden. Muchas gracias, paz y calma.
Okay. Item B, declare last day of 2022-2023 school year. Dr. Campbell?
The official last day for the 2022-23 school year for both students and staff has been on the district calendar as Friday, May 26, 2023. On April 7th, 2023, Good Friday, all District 205 buildings were closed for both students and staff. The change made to the April 7, 2023 does not impact the students' last day of school, scheduled as Friday, May 26, 2023. Because the date allows for a total of 176 student attendance days, which is in compliance with both school code and board policy 620. Per the language in the CBA, certified staff must ensure 182 teacher attendance days. This includes 4 institute days, 10 hours of parent-teacher conference time, all which are non-attendance days for students. This will change the final attendance day for staff from Friday, May 26, 2023 to Tuesday, May 30th, 2023. The recommendation is being made that the Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 Board of Education approve the last day of school for students to remain as scheduled for Friday, May 26, 2023, and the last day for staff to move from Friday, May 26, 2023 to Tuesday, May 30th, 2023, as presented.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
My favorite motion of the year. I move that the Board of Education approve the last day of school for students to remain as scheduled for Friday, May 26, 2023. And I'm sorry, but the last day for staff to move from Friday, May 26, 2023 to Tuesday, May 30th, 2023 as presented.
I'll second.
Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes. 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item C, approve instructional materials selection and adoption for 2023-2024 school year. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the proposed instructional materials for the 2023-24 school year as presented in the list and recommendation.
A second?
Motion by Ms. Hostler, second by Ms. Troutman. I know we had discussion. Are there any other comments from the board? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler? Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item D, approve international travel recommendation.
Good evening, everyone. So we have two really exciting opportunities coming up, and it's perfect timing as we just revised policy 6240, which is our field trip and recreational trip policy. We've had international travel in the past. Obviously, COVID-19 put a pause on all of that. But more recently, in 2022, we did have a trip to Switzerland and Germany. Students have gone to Italy back in 2006, as well as Spain in 2001, France in 2000, and I was told other locations before 2000. So we have two trips that have been brought forth, and we've done some significant planning regarding these two trips. One is to Italy, referred to as the Italian Cultural Exchange, and then the other is to France, and they are referring to that as the French Historical and Cultural Tour of France. Each of these are really unique and very different, but also very similar in the experiences that it'll provide to the students. So details have been provided to you on the trip overview, and what we tried to do is give you a high-level look at what is taking place in these trips. I'll share with you, one is during spring break, the Italian Cultural Exchange. The other is during the summer with the France trip. We've engaged legal heavily to make sure that we also are building out our administrative procedures for trips such as this, to make sure that we are obviously maintaining safety for the students and making sure that we have all necessary precautions in place. So the student field trip permission form has been built out for an international trip, and that is extensive and involves parent involvement, as well as teacher and or staff responsibilities for the trip, which would involve a heavy amount of parent engagement, as well as follow-up after the trip to see how the experience went. We've also talked to other schools locally to see how their experiences with travel have been recently. We've talked to two schools that have gone to experiences over their last spring break this year, both of which went very well. So feel really good and excited about these two. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about them, if you have any.
So we need to motion, right? Should we motion first?
Yeah. Sorry.
First, let's call the
Forward
motion, and then
motion.
we'll get to questions.
Thank you.
So is
I
there,
move that the Board of Education approve the 2 educational tour requests for international travel to Italy and to France in 2024 as presented.
I'll second.
motion by Ms. Hostler, second by Ms. Caforio. Are there any comments from the board? Kelly?
My question, I just would like to know a little more about the homestay arrangements with the Italian cultural exchange trip. Is that-
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, great question. I had the same as well. It actually was one of the first things that caught my attention about that trip. That is arranged through the organization there listed, the American Association of Teachers of Italian. It's a very unique opportunity. I will point out, it does also allow for a big cost reduction in that program, but also a major cultural immersion opportunity for the students as they'd be living with a homestay arrangement. Also included in that trip, which is a very different and nuanced opportunity, is there's a bit of an exchange element to it. The lift is light because the students from Italy would also then be coming to Elmhurst in the fall and actually visiting York for one day as well. We're excited about that. We think it's a really unique opportunity. We've done similar things in the past in terms of one day, shadowing or walking through the building, obviously chaperoned, et cetera. But that I think adds to that immersion piece as well as the two-way communication and the relationship that would exist between the school as well as York Community High School. It's located outside Venice. It's a bit of a smaller community, roughly a population I think of like 27,000. So I think it's really going to be a different experience for those students than particularly seeing primarily larger cities, et cetera, which may be also appealing to other students.
Well, first, do they need any chaperones? Is my first question.
We'll take you up on that.
Oh, I was just wondering will these trips be open to all students or for certain courses and how will families?
Yeah, so
find out
they're
about that?
definitely language-based in terms of the course as well as the enhancements for the curriculum in those courses. But these are optional opportunities for students to take advantage of. There will be a fundraising element that the teachers will be organizing to help subsidize the costs of the programming and open up that opportunity for other students should they need it. But definitely optional, and I think a really, really unique opportunity for both of those courses, whether it be Italian or French.
Great, thank you.
Okay, can we call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Next item is to approve the insurance broker contract. Are we going to say a few words, or? Sure.
Yes, we've had a 3-year partnership with Assured Partners as our insurance broker. They work with the insurance committee in a collaborative and work on the committee for trying to keep down our fixed costs. As I've discussed before, we're experiencing a really significant claim year as far as volume of claims as well as large claims from a health insurance perspective. And so we're working to leave no stone unturned when it comes to fixed costs. And so this contract is a 1-year extension. The previous broker had a 3-year contract at $68,160, and now the past 3 years is the same amount, $68,160. So this will be the 7th year with the exact same cost for the insurance broker.
Thanks. Is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve a 1-year contract with Assured Partners from March 1st, 2023 through February 28th, 2024 to continue the same rate as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing there are none, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Next is the resolution for Nicor gas easement, Jefferson Elementary School. Todd,
Good
there he
evening.
is.
Just sitting in the back.
He was lingering.
Yes. Presented tonight in front of you for your approval is a resolution for utility easement at Jefferson High School. Nicor is looking to
It's 10:30. It's okay. It's okay.
I graduated from Jefferson High School, so that's why. Surprise! Let's start that over. Jefferson Elementary School. Nicor is looking to upgrade its main gas lines in the vicinity of Jefferson. And as part of this construction project for them, they have to bring it just to the south of Jefferson, under the railroad tracks up through Poplar into the neighborhood. And part of that would be on our property, is where they're going to have to run some of that main. So what they're requesting is utility easement from the school district so they can complete that construction work over the summer. The area of where we're going to put, or they're going to put that gas main, is basically where we have a parking lot just to the west of Jefferson Elementary School, where we have about 10 spots out there. We'll never be building anything out there. It's always going to be a parking. We're kind of limited on parking out at Jefferson. So they're just looking for the utility easement so they can continue to move forward with this project, which has actually been delayed about a year or so because we were actually doing our renovation work and the city was doing their street reconstruction out there last summer. So pretty straightforward easement out there. We did have our attorneys review it, made some comments with Nicor. They went back and forth, and the version that you have presented to you tonight is the clean version.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the utility easement with Nicor Gas as presented.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Hostler, second by Ms. Troutman. Any comments from the board?
Just, I heard you say summertime, no impact to students at all.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final item on the final item on the agenda action items is approval of themes instructional grants.
All right, so very exciting. We have set a record this year with the most themes grants I think that we've had in the past several years. So we had 46 themes grants that were approved by the Foundation 205. I did add a little bit of history there around the foundation that I'll share with you. So it started in 1989, dedicated to innovation and education and the advancement of excellence for all Elmhurst public school students. It was named after and in the memory of Dr. Russell Themes, who was superintendent for the district from 1983 to 1992. Dr. Themes recognized the need to provide opportunities for students beyond what was possible through the tax revenues. And he recruited community members to serve on the board of directors, and together they established the District 205 Foundation that was renamed in 2020 to Foundation 205. So we have had nothing but support from this organization, and we have again that this year with the amount of $238,436 to support those 46 themes grants. We've really tried to collaborate more and more and more, and it has been so successful to support teachers, community members, administrators in the themes grant process. And I feel as a result, we also have some really, really amazing grants that have come forth to benefit our students in our community that also reach into multi-grades as well as other schools and individual classrooms for certain grants that came through. Out of that total amount, 112,000 are designed and approved to support 22 educational projects in K-5. That's funding across and for all of our 8 elementary schools. Nearly 50,000 for 9 grants to advance opportunities across the middle schools. Over 68,000 for 12 innovative grants at the high school, York High School. And then over 7,000 to support our students at Madison Early Childhood Education Center, our mini Dukes. And there is also, and I won't screw this up this year, an accompanying memo for the board's eyes only to see what those grants are. Last year, I released some of that information in this meeting, and I didn't realize that that wasn't happening until May. So I'm not going to do it this year. It is still a secret at this point, and there is a reveal scheduled, but I don't want to spoil that like I did last year. So again, really, really thankful and super happy to be able to work with the foundation and to just have this support in the district and to see it play out in the classrooms is really, really, really powerful. So thank you for the foundation and thank you for approving the grants, hopefully in a minute.
Thank you, Dr. Grins. Is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve a donation from Foundation 205 in the amount of $238,436 for the 2023 Themes Grant Awards.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Caforio. Just want to take the opportunity to thank again D205 Foundation for their extraordinary work to support student learning across our district and the excitement that they bring to innovative ideas and the opportunities they create for all kids and teachers to continue to grow and develop is just amazing. Congratulations to them for a record high amount supported, and we really appreciate the hard work and dedication to our students. Anyone else?
Once we can, will we be putting these out there to our community so they can see all of these amazing things that are being done?
Yes, I'm hesitant to even give the date because I'm so afraid that I'm going to screw it up.
TBD.
It's in
TBD.
May, and we'll absolutely share more details.
I always love the video reveals when
Yes,
they show up
those are
with the
cool.
big balloons and
Yeah.
it's so fun for the teachers and
Yeah.
the staff, right? So
Absolutely.
46 of them, that's amazing. What a powerful group of individuals doing so many amazing things.
Okay, with that, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. On to Superintendent Communications, Dr. Campbell.
That's okay. FOIA requests. So 1 FOIA request for specific legal fees granted. 1 FOIA request for SEL contracts granted. 1 FOIA request for vaccine schedule search terms granted. 1 FOIA request for lawsuit litigation records exempt from disclosure. 1 FOIA request for school polling place determination granted. 1 FOIA request for painting project contractors granted. 1 FOIA request for freshman English curriculum granted. 1 FOIA request for employee names granted. 1 FOIA request for district mission statement granted.
Thank you. Social media highlights.
Hit it, Rudy.
I'm going.
it, I like it. Thank you, Tanya. Any board communications, reports, or sharing of information from board members? I don't think so, but, nope. Okay. Upcoming meetings, please note that the May 2nd, 2023 Finance and Operation Committee meeting originally scheduled at 5:30 PM at District 205 Center has been canceled. Our next Board of Education meeting will take place on May 9th at 7 PM here at District 205 Center. And with that, I believe this meeting is adjourned at 10:39.